I have no petitions, I have no public input, I have no local board input. So we'll start the agenda, no extraordinary items either. So we'll start the agenda now with item 7, which is our budget process overview, and I'll ask Kylie to open. Good morning, Kylie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora i te whānau. The process overview report details the 10-year budget process to date and what is required between now and adopting the final 10-year budget in June next year. As a reminder, I'll take you back to late August when we kicked off a series of finance and performance workshops. August was later than we would normally start a 10-year budget process, and this was due to the late adoption of the emergency budget. To date, and including today, we have spent a total of 77 hours of political workshop time. Between September and October, we took you through various topics spanning the council family, which covered both lanes and activities and applied the 4 lenses. We had CCO come in for a strategic conversation in early September, and then again at later workshops to talk about their cost pressures, proposed opportunities and associated risks. Local board chairs were invited to most of the workshops, and informal feedback was presented to you on the 11th of November. Local boards have now all adopted their local content for consultation. Audit and Risk Committee also play a part in this process and receive updates at various points throughout the year, particularly around risks, assumptions and controls in place, and are key in oversight and assurance. The other reports on the agenda today are seeking consideration and decisions on consultation items only. These decisions allow staff to produce a consultation document and supporting information. We will then work closely with Audit New Zealand throughout January to ensure these documents are fit for purpose, which is ultimately engaging with our communities. These products, which include the feedback form, along with the communication and engagement approach, will be presented to the Finance and Performance Committee at a workshop on the 10th of February, ahead of the meeting on the 18th of February seeking formal adoption. Public consultation will then run from the 22nd of February through to the 22nd of March, and we will present the feedback to you from the consultation on the 21st of April. And this will include feedback received on the Tupuna Maunga Draft Operational Plan. Over the course of late April and May, there are workshops to discuss budget options and implications, and local boards have the opportunity to provide input on regional issues. You will be asked to make final decisions in late May, which will allow staff to produce the final documents, and again, a final review by Audit New Zealand, and then adoption for the 10-year budget 2021-2031 is scheduled for the 29th of June 2021. Kia ora. Happy to answer any questions.
Kia ora, thank you, Kylie. Questions to Kylie? Ross, did you want to add anything to that? No. Questions for Kylie? Councillor Darby.
Thank you. So I'm going to be posing this question probably in other stages as well. So in the context and the process, at what stage did we thoroughly investigate a new, what we termed initially in discussions, a body of work that was to come, that I'm not aware did come, which was termed New Revenue Workstream? And the second question is, at what stage did we thoroughly interrogate not just dismissal of looking at strategic assets, but at what stage did we have an inquiry into what a strategic asset meant? That was my second question. And my third question is, at what stage did we further contemplate the work that the Director of Strategy presented in about 10 minutes on the strategic response to COVID? Now, I sort of know the answers to those, but I'm asking you here because this is about telling Aucklanders about the process. And I'm, as I've said in the workshops, Chair, I've identified gaps, and I just want to have those answers be transparent now.
Ross, do you want to answer that?
Yep, I'll have a go at answering that. So we had, as Kai says, a series of workshops since August. There was some point, I think it was late August, we had the opening introduction workshop, and then shortly after, I think early September, we had a workshop on funding levers and investment levels. So and at that point, we kind of broadly looked at what are the full range of options Council has at its disposal in terms of assets, rates, investment levels, and the like. So our process was to set out here is the broad range of things we could look at, and then seek feedback and direction from that workshop about what are the things you wanted us to explore throughout the rest of the workshop series. We didn't get a clear steer from that early workshop that more work was required, that you wanted us to bring back detailed work. So we take direction from the workshop about how we develop the work program and what information and advice we provide in subsequent workshops. So we've, throughout the process, staff have stood ready to provide whatever advice that you seek through the direction. But that's the process that we've followed.
So look, I contend that. I don't think I need to go into it, Madam Chair, but you said everything was on the table and there was to be a new revenue work stream. We never saw that. So the other question about how we engaged in our strategic response to COVID and anticipated a different world that we were planning for in this long-term plan.
So I think our key focus on that has been through the strategic lenses that we applied. So one of those was around the recovery lens. So thinking about how, as we look across all of the different key decisions and lanes for the LTP and across all the activities, we've asked everyone to think about, well, what can people do? What are the impact of different choices on COVID recovery and how we respond? We've had a lot of, as we've talked through, the various CCOs and council departments, people have talked about, some of the trends that they've seen, how it affects their budgets. So for Auckland Transport, for example, looking at working from home trends and things like that. So we've asked people to think about what they can do to support recovery and think about, the impact of COVID on their business. So I guess I'd say that strategic kind of response to COVID and supporting recovery has kind of been embedded throughout.
Yeah, and on that, I know that the strategic lens was limited and the executive leadership team decided not to proceed with any of that work. And in terms of the third question about where did we delve into, really meaningfully lean into understanding what our big strategic assets are, what they deliver for us, and what is our blueprint for understanding how those assets support us going forward. Where did we do that?
So we haven't delved into that kind of detail. We haven't had the direction from the workshops to dive into lots of detail and bring lots of information forward. Staff have stood ready to do whatever work you require, but we haven't been asked to do that and haven't done that deep dive as you suggest.
Yeah, and look, I contend that there was, I don't know how many voices you need in a workshop to actually advance some work, but I heard a lot more voices than my own asking for those 3 work streams to be addressed. I'm leaving that here now. I'm not one to be in silence on this, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Can we have the mic, please, Councillor?
We have approximately 40% of our revenue coming from rates. And I understood as a fundamental assumption when we started this work, particularly when we went into the emergency budget last time with COVID, that we would identify strategies around alternative sources of revenue. So are you telling me that other than what I've got here in the Mayor's proposal, there is no work that has been advanced because you didn't take from the workshop any great willingness or appetite for advancing that work. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but, you know, workshops are not decision-making forum. And I would like to know where I failed as a councillor for not seeing that work emerge.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I'm going back a few years.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Councillor. Look, I sent out to every councillor a questionnaire asking them what their views were on a number of issues, because I thought that was important to know. If only a small minority of councillors want a whole lot of work done on an area and it's not going to advance, frankly, that's putting more pressure on our staff who have already put countless hours of hard work into this. On the issue that Councillor Darby and I think Councillor Fletcher are referring to, the sale of strategic assets, of 16 replies that I've had, written or verbal, a quarter were interested in pursuing that particular outcome. A quarter. 3/4 weren't. And I think then to require of our staff to put hours of work into something that 3/4 of councillors say they don't want to do would have been a waste of their time. So I don't think it's fair to say to our officers that they haven't done what was asked of them, because I went out and asked all of you individually, and that was the reply I got. Thank you.
My question didn't relate specifically to the sale of strategic assets. My question is centred around contestability and the desire to understand the plethora of options and what they might be in terms of identifying alternative sources of revenue. It would appear that we don't intend to advance this today, but I would like to know how, because I've turned up to every single workshop, and that hasn't been easy at times, but I have tried to come along and participate. I did not participate in your survey because I felt we were participating in the workshops. This is the first time that we have had a formal opportunity today to actually traverse this. I believe that we do need to find a work stream that will identify alternative sources of revenue. So, Madam Chair, I seek your guidance on this. You're the Chair of Finance. You know that I've been at all of these workshops. You know that this is an issue that is very important to me.
So I'll start. I suppose I've asked everybody in the workshop for guidance and around work streams. The work streams that were given guidance at the workshop have been pursued. I too, separate to the Mayor, have sent you an email asking for follow-up. So I think it's a bit hard now to ask where that has been when after 77 hours and countless opportunities, there has been for all of you to ask for work, that it sort of come up now. So I sort of stand by where we've got to as a process. It has been consensus, and the sad thing about a consensus is that not everybody gets that opportunity to do what they wanted to do, because you have to have a majority view to take forward. But that's the way we have worked. Councillor Filipaina.
Sorry, if I can just complete it then. So what can I take as we go forward and we encourage people to participate in the process of consultation? Should members of the public want to raise any of the issues around identifying alternative sources of revenue, will that be taken into account, or will that not be taken into account in terms of consultation?
Councillor, as always, there are open sections of the consultation document where people can add their views and comments on issues that might not be directly canvassed in the limited number of questions that we can actually ask. So we'll obviously look at everything that people forward to us in terms of their thoughts and their ideas. of course, the irony of the situation we're in at the moment is that because we have for many years, and quite rightly, sought alternative sources of revenue, 63%, I think, of our revenue coming from non-rates sources, that's partly why we have a challenge in front of us because of COVID-19, because it's not the rates revenue that we've lost, it's the non-rates revenue. That's where the $1 million have come from.
Councillor Filipino.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to you, Ross. How long have you been working with Council, with the finance team?
I guess.
You dare say too long.
I guess all up with Auckland Council and Auckland City beforehand, 15 years in local government in total.
And in the Auckland Council term, have you ever had, and you used the word direction, have you ever had a workshop give you a direction to look at our strategic assets?
So there's been lots of things happen over the years. I would say 2015 there was a workshop and then in fact a decision to go and look at all of our assets and do a comprehensive study of alternative financing options. It was the Cameron Partners and the EY reports. And so at that point we did have a comprehensive look at all of the options, and a lot of that information, a little outdated, but is still there. So we have had, we get direction from time to time to look at different things. We follow the direction.
And like questions I ask, I know the answers to them, so I remember 2015. Also, just one last question through you, Chair. The ultimate decision around any sales of assets, is that with the governing body, which will always go out to our local boards as Auckland Council?
Yeah, so decision to make any change to strategic assets sits with the governing body. It is legally required to undertake full public consultation and an LTP amendment before it makes any such decision.
Yeah, Chair, look, I mean, I know other people have made comments, so I'll just make mine very briefly. This is why we have not looked at assets sales, because the people that have been around the governing body and Auckland Council table, which includes our local boards, have decided not to look at it. And I do recall the 2015 plan. So, look, we've made that decision. So, look, thank you, and thank you to our staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
It has changed to a comment now. Is that all right? My thought is that the report that the CEO is bringing to us in the new year is going to help open discussions around this, and that it's a discussion that can't be held now without that information as well informing it. Just in terms of the information from 2015, I think it would be really helpful for new councillors as well as existing councillors to be refreshed on that. We've missed the opportunity, the opportunity is the wrong word, but we're not going out to consult on strategic assets, and I thought that was a very clear direction from the Mayor. But I would like to have the conversation, similar to the 0% rate in the emergency budget. It's just informed decision making for me. Not saying I'm going to sell strategic assets, but I need to have the information to make informed decisions, and that forms part of it. So not part of this budget this year or this LTP, but a conversation that must happen to ensure that we have the information that we need, all of it, despite where anybody sits on those particular topics. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And I noticed that later on in the agenda item, we do bring in the policy around strategic assets, so that we can have that debate then. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. It was just to support your point, Chair, around your email around alternative revenue, but I think it's been covered. Thanks.
Thank you. I mean, that's the point of following up on workshops, just to make sure everyone's 100% clear. Thank you. Councillor Darby, do you want to make a comment?
Well, if you're going to move to it, I'll just speak to it very briefly, just to clarify, members. What the Mayor didn't say is the survey was just of 2 weeks ago today. It wasn't like something that we were asked of many months ago. It was raised, and I amended my position of you'll be aware of the port proposal and transferring to government, I amended that position. I said, what we need to do is we need to do a deep dive into understanding our strategic assets, because that was what I asked for, a body of work that actually drew us into understanding, why do we own airport shares? Why do we have this and that? That was the position I took. So we haven't actually dropped into understanding why we have so-called strategic assets. That's the block. And the Mayor's question was in a survey of just 14 days ago, and you cannot do anything at this stage. In the last 14 days, you cannot go and commission a body of work to start looking at that, even if it got 20 yeses. There's no way. Be realistic about this. The critical work going forward, and now it's going to have to be next year, is we are finally, as a council, going to be in that inquiry of what are our strategic assets for, rather than just on the ledger as strategic assets, don't go near them. Currently, we have no understanding of what they do for us.
I do.
I'm going to talk, Kevin, just quickly, what's the policy that we're bringing back in the new year, the significant engagement policy? Is it? Oh.
The significance engagement policy, which actually refers to under which conditions you should consult, and also has a schedule in there attached which actually outlines the strategic assets, those that you're required to identify strategic by legislation, and also those that you've deemed are appropriate to classify in that way yourself. So that's coming in the new year.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Just like to support the comment that Councillor Darby made around strategic assets. I've certainly indicated it any number of times at meetings that we need to have an assessment as to what are strategic assets and what aren't, because the determination on that was made pre-Auckland Council by the Transition Authority, and that is long overdue. It's been indicated in the CCO review, and certainly we have identified assets like marinas that I think we all agree should be strategic assets. So we do have a deficiency there. And as Councillor Darby mentioned, the issue of what strategic assets do or don't do hasn't been adequately considered, because as the CCO review indicated, we don't have a property strategy, nor for that matter do we have an investment strategy, and they are areas of work that the Chief Executive is engaged in doing, and I would hope that those things are addressed sooner rather than later and inform the process.
So, Councillor, that's exactly what we'll be doing in the new year, as the Chief Financial Officer just said. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. And I wonder whether Kevin can confirm, because the key issue for me is to those constituents that I talk to, that when we are looking at rate increases and they say, well, look at the balance sheet of council, surely you can do better to leverage off it. Can Kevin, you give me the assurance, so it's not by smoke and mirrors or anything else, that we will not have to bring via a workshop or by private surveys, or that we will have the assurance in this public meeting today that the report that you're going to bring back in the new year will look at ways that council can better leverage off the council balance sheet. Is that, or am I mistaken in what you've told us?
If I can actually go back a few years, back to 2015, when the reports were done then, but constantly council is looking at its balance sheet. What I will point out is the last review didn't get done and then stop. As a result of that last review, Hamaru Housing came into existence, the accommodation provided targeted rate, our fleet size is reduced significantly. So we have done something with those previous reports. We will constantly look at those. So whether the report we're coming through will specifically be addressing that policy, which is what are these strategic assets and how should we consult with our public, as a result of that, we can have any conversation you'd like to have around the nature of our assets. We won't go away and look at every specific item on the balance sheet and have a big, robust conversation about whether we should have them or not. What we're willing to do is to actually show you the categories of assets we have and see if, in a workshop environment, which of those you would like to explore. Yes.
I appreciate that, because I think that sometimes the language that is used about strategic assets, and it becomes very emotional. I would like to feel that it can be presented to us objectively, because ultimately It's a question of prioritisation and trade-offs. So I would really appreciate that body of work, and I'm trusting as a result of the public meeting we've had today that that will occur.
And if I could just add to that, you've already seen a start of that in some of the presentations we've had around asset recycling, where we've talked about the service versus the non-service assets and those sort of conversations. So that categorisation you're talking about to remove some of the emotion, yes.
You just clarified that was always going to happen in the new year. It wasn't as a result of just today. That work's been planned to happen in the new year. Councillor Filipina.
Chair, I wasn't going to say anything, but then when I heard the words, our staff haven't really come back to us, when in fact they have, when I hear people say smokes and mirrors, that implies that people are lying, which I know it doesn't happen, and that may not be the implication. But I think for us, I just want to acknowledge our staff in regards to not only this long-term plan, but the previous long-term plans around Auckland Council, because we have always given the direction to them for them to bring back the work to us. So when I hear terms like that being mentioned, I get a wee bit concerned, because I have total faith, and I have no doubt at all that people around this table have total faith in regards to the information that we receive back as a result of our direction to them. So I just needed to make that comment. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. With no further questions, I will move the recommendation. This has got a slight Chair's amendment outlining the process and to what's in your papers. Do I have a seconder, Deputy? Yeah. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Kylie and Ross, I just want to say thank you. You've done an outstanding job, both of you, taking us through this process. Thank you very much. Right, now we move on to the Te Punamonga o Tamaki Makaurau operational plan, and I welcome to the table Chair Majuri, Dominic Wilson and Moonan. Welcome, gentlemen. Morena.
Tēnā koe te kautu o te komiti nei, tēnā noa te koromātua, nei nonga mihi aku rangatira David Korua Mook, tēnā tātou i ngā māngai o te kaunira nei, tēnā tātou. Very pleased to be here again, following up from the workshop last week. As you might recall, we talked about the operational plan, the statutory regime that we have under our legislation, which requires both the Tupunamonga Authority and Auckland Council to approve that. The Chair had asked were we prepared to take any questions, which we confirmed that we were. I understand that we haven't had any, but of course open to questions today. So happy to leave it at that general introduction, Madam Chair, and then take any questions.
Kia ora, thank you. So we have workshopped this, but in the open and transparent way we operate. If there are any questions or comments. Thank you, Councillor. Seconded by Councillor Casey. Any questions or comments? Well, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Ngā mihi nui.
You're helping my voice today, definitely. Brings us to item 9, regional topics for consultation, local board input. And I welcome here Rachel, Helgard, and Beth. Sorry, ladies, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kia ora koutou. So this report summarises feedback from local boards on the mayoral proposal and regional consultation content. So in line with the emergency budget, there's been increased involvement of local boards in the development of the 10-year budget consultation topics. Local board chairs have attended Finance and Performance Committee workshops, as Kylie mentioned, and boards have viewed and discussed presentations on key topics. Local boards all met last week to both agree their consultation content and their views on the regional topics for consultation. The 21 sets of resolutions have been collated and form Attachment A to the report. There is a lot of content and variation across the 86 pages of resolutions, which cover all of the 9 topics in the mayoral proposal. So the report itself focuses on key areas of agreement across local boards, and I'll briefly go through 4 of those topics. Firstly, there's strong support for action to address climate change. 12 local boards support consultation on the proposed level of investment in the mayoral proposal, and 5 local boards support a higher level of investment. Excuse me. So in the environmental protection topic, the plan to extend the water quality and natural environment targeted rate to finish in 2031 is supported by 17 local boards. Under transport spending, 16 local boards specifically note their support for the reinstatement of the local board Transport Capital Fund. Lastly, in terms of how to pay for council spending, 13 local boards support consulting on the 5% rates rise proposal. 2 local boards raised concerns about affordability, and another 2 local boards suggested consulting on a higher rates rise. Of the local boards who commented on it, 14 local boards support a temporarily higher debt to revenue ratio. And there was mixed support for asset recycling and annual savings targets. So the report itself goes through the key topics in the mayoral proposal in more detail and notes which local boards have taken different positions. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillors. Councillor Cooper.
2 of the local boards said that the rate should be progressive, but it is, isn't it? Because it's on the capital value of your property, so it isn't progressive. It's not a one-off. It's not a set tariff. It's just that one of them. I'm just checking because it says here in where is it that the way we spend the money that says Mangere o Tahahu and Otara Papatoetoe raised concerns about noted the new rate should be progressive.
So the capital value rates are progressive.
Yeah, that's what I was just checking. So that it already is.
Any other? Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Just the local boards that would like a higher rates increase, could you just identify who they were and what their suggestions were over the, say, 3-year period or whatever they're suggesting?
Yes, through the chair. The Rodney Local Board would like an additional option of consultation of a rates increase of 8% in the first year and then 5% for the subsequent 2 years. And secondly, the Waitemata Local Board recommended a one-off increase in Averil general rates of 8% for the 2021 financial year before returning to 5% from the following year onwards. It also recommended an option of 12% to be included in the consultation material. So that's in paragraph 27.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Look, I'd just like to make a comment, and I'm sure you all will agree with this. We've been working long and hard towards a point, and these local boards had to turn around their comments in a very, very short period of time. And the information that they were presented was kind of, we didn't get there right to the very end. So I think they all are to be commended for the way that they've actually at least had some thought around that. And I know we've been challenged in the support for the local boards financially to give them that input. You know, they've all tried to find their extraordinary meetings on a day that suits everybody, and not all the staff could support them around that. So it's been quite a tricky process for them, and I'm sure that you will agree with the B, thanking the local boards for their feedback in the very tight time frame provided. All right, so I'd like to move that, and I second it by Councillor Dalton. Comment? Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Comment? Question? Councillor Walker?
I want to raise an issue, Madam Chair, and it's further to a comment that you made a little while ago, where given the state of change around our budgets and the like, it may well be that we actually revisit this long-term plan on almost an annual basis. Mm-hmm. And that may go to, obviously, input from local boards and also communities. Is that something that we're going to signal in the long-term plan? You know, that there is a likelihood that we may have to revisit it in a more substantial way than we would normally in terms of annual plans?
Well, you've heard me say it multiple times, and I will say it multiple times again. I fervently believe that while we are legally obliged to do an LTP, which we are doing, we will have LTP amendments every year for at least the next 2 years. That's my personal view. And I've even heard the mayor's
I absolutely agree with
agreeing
that.
me now.
My concern is that it's desirable for us to signal that so that we don't have a comment that, we're coming out of left field in a year's time.
I think that's a fair point, absolutely. And so I will say it publicly, and Your Worship, I'm sure.
Well, I'll endorse what the Chair of the Finance Committee has said and what you're talking about too, Councillor. We live in an age of uncertainty, and it's hard to remember when things were less certain than they are today with COVID-19. So we've been quite buoyed by the fact that the economic recovery, at least in the first instance, has been better than we expected. We always budget conservatively because that's the only way you can budget. You can't say, look, I'll do this on the hope. But if things turn out a whole lot better, and we hope they do, then we will make adjustments as we always do in our annual budget next year. So this is not a document carved in stone. This is an indication of direction for a 10-year budget, particularly over the next 3 years, but subject to change on an annual basis. And maybe even, you can still amend your long-term plan at any point when circumstances change and you're required to do that. So, we hope that the news is good news. Vaccine coming in just a few months' time. Maybe we will see a return of some of those dividends that we're looking for a little bit earlier, and we'll be able to do a whole lot more. So, but you don't budget those now without having the certainty of it. The Auditor General's Office, as you're aware, requires us only to put revenue into our budget where it's certain revenue, and that's what we've done.
Through you, Madam Chair. I mean, I understand all this. I just wonder whether we could and should be sending some signal out in the document so that people know that this is not set in stone, because on the face of it, look at it, it's the 10-year budget, that's it. So I just toss that in.
Look, I think we'll look at that definitely in the new year when we get the consultation material prepared. But it's certainly something that I have, as you know, regularly shared in the workshops. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Against? Moved. Thank you. And thank you, and please pass on our thanks to the local boards. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to item 10, which is, of course, the item of the day, the mayoral proposal. So without further ado, I will hand over to His Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora koutou, tēnei te mihi nui kia koutou. And I hope that this item goes as quickly as the last two, but I don't expect it to. Look, first of all, I want to acknowledge thanks, and actually my thanks go to everybody around this table, whether you agree with everything in this budget or you don't. It goes to our members of the IMSB, and it goes to our local board chairs, because the figure that we heard earlier, 77 hours of workshopping what has led to this proposal. That is a huge amount of time, and add to that probably even longer when we did the emergency budget, because this is in effect for the first 3 years an extension of the emergency budget. What that demonstrates is that the decisions, although you don't make decisions in workshops, but the point of view that we've come to was not taken lightly. It's something that we've canvassed the options. I want to acknowledge staff because they put hours and hours of work. I'm incredibly impressed with our staff and the commitment they show on every budget and every long-term plan. Absolutely impressed with the competency, the professionalism and the manner in which they provide us with that advice. So Kevin, to you and your team, Ross and everybody else on that team, a big thank you from not just me actually, I think everybody around this table that would want to acknowledge that. It seems that we're only a couple of months ago that we passed our emergency budget in face of the biggest hit to income that Auckland Council has faced during its existence. And I spoke before about the irony that Council has over years, and before I arrived here, sought to diversify our source of income so that we don't put the burden entirely on rates. And succeeded remarkably well in that, 60 64% of our income was coming from non-rate income. And the irony is that if we'd just relied on rates, our income wouldn't have changed. The fact that we relied on so many other things, including, the big investment we make that we've got in the airport and the ports, generally that would bring in $110 million a year. This year it won't bring in anything, and next year, and possibly the year after. And that has hammered us. And if I went back to that earlier debate about what is the point of having assets, well, when you've got assets that return over $110 million a year, that's the equivalent of a 9 or 10% rate increase. So those assets have been valuable to us in giving us income to do what we need to do without putting further pressure on our ratepayers. The impact of COVID-19 wasn't expected, and its impact on our finances and many others in the community was clearly beyond our control. Having said that, it's our responsibility as councillors to get on and deal with that impact in the most effective way we can on behalf of all of our community. What it means, however, is that the plans that I was promoting at the start of the year, I remember the Auckland project that the New Zealand Herald had convened, and the plans that we had for, aggressively moving forward on infrastructure, for housing, for transport, for environmental sustainability, what we actually achieved in the last long-term plan, those plans took a hit, and some of those plans we have had to delay, and the emphasis is on delay. We haven't given up on those plans. However, I believe that what we have achieved in this mayoral proposal is that despite that revenue loss, we will make a huge step forward for our city with these proposals. And I want to outline what some of those really significant outcomes will be. Somebody said, is this an austerity budget? Well, austerity budget means that you slash your budget and you have less to spend. In fact, on capital investment, we will in the next 10 years, we've budgeted to spend $31 billion, up from $26 billion last time. That is a 19% increase in our capital investment in infrastructure in just 3 years. And that is something that will make a difference to our city. But most importantly is what's happening in the next 3 years. Because when we first sat down and looked at this budget, we believed that we would, absent other measures, have to make some big cuts in the investment plans that were already in place. And we heard from people like Auckland Transport that if we had have chosen to take that path, and I'm grateful for the fact that we haven't, that would have disrupted the whole pipeline of capital works. It would have cost tens of millions more by the time we got back to them, but it wouldn't have just delayed it for a year or 2 years. When you close something down and have to start it up again, it delays it for years and years. And clearly, that is not a sensible way to go. So what we've been able to do in this proposal is to put $900 million back into capital investment that we thought at the beginning we wouldn't have to spend in this area. And that's $550 million for transport, $145 million to water care, $54 million to stormwater, $65 million to community facilities. That's really important. Equally important is the question of renewals. And I've heard many councillors around the table, quite rightly, highlight the problem that whenever you've got a budgetary problem, you cut renewals. And that was one of the options that we faced as well. What we heard from yesterday from our council officers who spent many hours doing the analytical work on this and working collectively with each of our council-controlled organisations, and I'll quote, was that they believe that this proposal provides sufficient investment capacity to meet all critical services delivery criteria. And they set that out: health and safety, contractual, legal, critical renewals, and publicly acceptable levels of service. Of course, that doesn't mean we'll do all the renewals that we need to do and that we want to do, but it means that we will do the critical work to make sure that we can move ahead and safely provide assets for our community to use. Auckland Transport came before this committee and said that what it means for them is that they, in the next 3 years, will lift their renewal budget from around 160 million to almost double that, 309 million, over about a 3-year period. And those renewals are critically important, and we enable those things to happen. Watercare has told us they'll be able to do more about ageing pipelines. Some of our city is more than a century old, and they can work on that to stop the leakages that we really can't afford to have happen when we are facing water shortages with weather and climate change. More community facilities can be upgraded, and we heard from Auckland Unlimited that this would enable them to do the work necessary to protect Auckland Art Gallery's heritage building. And that's got to be one of our most beautiful buildings in the city, and that was important. We can't do everything, but this budget enables us to do much more. The third thing that I want to talk to, firstly, that we've got a huge amount of extra money for investment in infrastructure. Secondly, that we are able to bring that forward into the first 3 years. But the third thing is the issue of climate change. Right now, we're absolutely focused on COVID-19 and the challenge that it presents to us, and appropriately so. But long after COVID-19 has been dealt with, we will face the ongoing challenge of climate change and the impact that that will have on our city and its people and our country economically and environmentally. Last year, we declared a climate emergency, and we did that unanimously. Every member around this table voted for it. And we set out in plans and preserved in the emergency budget plans to cut the council's emissions by 20% in the next few years. And I'm pleased that we were able to preserve that under incredible pressure. In this budget, we continue that work. And this budget sets aside, in addition to the money that we'd normally be spending in this area on coastal protection and on big things like making sure that we have a quality, compact urban form, that we work to achieve mode change by strengthening public transport, strengthening walking and cycling. We put another $150 million, and that will achieve some things that are really worthwhile. From the time this budget passes in June next year, we will cease to purchase any new diesel bus. All new buses will be electric or hydrogen. With the government assistance promised in the campaign, we'll be aiming at 50% of our bus fleet being non-carbon emitting by 2030. We'll aim to remediate Queen Street Valley, the area with the worst black carbon pollution anywhere in the country, and to make our city centre carbon zero. Adding to the mayoral proposal of the 1.5 million trees a year that we're planting, we'll plant over the 10-year period a further 2 million native trees, including street trees. We'll increase our resource recovery centres. We'll make council facilities more energy efficient, including using solar panels, and we'll increase our planning to manage coastal change and water sea level rises. They're all steps in the right direction. Are they enough? They're never enough. But we will also, in a critically important way, be looking for partnerships to work with government and businesses that actually have big levers to influence the level of carbon emissions. We'll be acting as a strong advocate in those directions, and we'll be looking to work alongside our young people and our mana whenua to make more progress. So despite the economic crisis caused by COVID-19, we'll do all of the things that I've outlined earlier and that are set out in this budget to make Tamaki Makaurau a better, world-class, inclusive and sustainable place to live. Finally, in achieving this, without putting unreasonable pressures on Aucklanders who fund what we do through their rates, we've taken, I believe, a prudent and a balanced approach to our finances, using all the levers that are available to us. And just to recap, you're familiar with all of those levers. We'll continue to promote value for money and savings, and we'll make 90 million of the 120 million of the savings in this year's emergency budget permanent. We will continue to sell surplus properties and look at other propositions such as leasing car parks to raise 70 million a year for each of the next 3 years. We will lift for a period of time our debt to revenue ratio from 270 to 290%, which, having had discussions with credit rating agencies, we believe will be regarded as prudent in the circumstances and will not affect our credit rating. We will maintain our 3.5% a year rates increase on over the 10-year period, but for next year there will be a one-off 5% rate increase. What does that mean for our average residential ratepayers? It means an additional $38 a year rates on $1 million property, taking the annual increase in rates, including the differential reduction between businesses and residents, to $147 increase for the year. It's likely that our rate increase will be at or below that of comparable cities in New Zealand, and I'm talking about metropolitan and high growth cities such as Hamilton, Tauranga and Wellington. It will certainly be nowhere near the vicinity of what was initially proposed for Wellington of a 23% rate increase. Madam Chair, this hasn't been an easy budget to put together for you, for me or for any of us, but I believe that we've struck a reasonable balance between what we as a city need to do on behalf of our residents and the affordability to those same residents. I commend this proposal to you. It's a proposal to go out to public submission for submissions, and following that consultation, we will consider any further amendments that may be necessary to this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I know that we have workshopped this, but I'm going to offer now. Someone's whispering. Questions? Comments? Councillor Casey.
I'd like to go first to hopefully set the tone.
You did last time.
And Pippa and I have got a $100 bet. We're out of here by noon, so this is going to be real short. This isn't the Mayor's proposal. It's not. It's ours. I've put 3 days and a bit of my life into this proposal, and so have you all. And so have many of the local board chairs, and God knows how many hours Phil, Bill and Desley have put in. I don't even want to think of it. As for our staff, like Ross and Kylie, I think they've been sleeping with it. So my life is in this. Paragraph 7, what does it says? This is the toughest budget in the life of Auckland Council. No, it's not. This is the toughest budget I have ever been part of, and I've been a councillor for 27 years. That's 3 councils, 6 mayors, 9 terms, 27 years, 9 long-term plans. And do you know what's different about this one? There is no joy in it. But what there is for me, a huge sense of relief. Because at the beginning of this project, I think most of us in this room thought, how on earth are we going to get to the end? How are we going to keep Auckland moving, keep the services, keep the buildings open, keep the services that people so rightly value, keep them operating? And we've done it. And guess what? While the rest of local government in New Zealand is, to quote some journalists, in disarray, and the Mayor spoke yesterday about the various councils having commissioners and falling out with each other. Absolutely, we have differences. But we are absolutely, I think, hopefully unanimously behind this proposal. How could you not be? Because this is the proposal that's keeping Auckland living into the future. This is it. We've saved, I do think that. I think we have saved, the council has saved the services that people desire. And Chris, yeah, with strategic assets, we'll always have a difference about that, but we're still talking to each other. There has been no blood on the floor, well, maybe just a tiny trickle the other day, which I apologise for. But this is amazing. This is. I want to congratulate. Of course we're congratulating the staff and the chair and the mayor, but I want to congratulate all my colleagues for getting us through to the end of this. And that's why I think we'll be finished by 12 o'clock, because after that there's no more to be said. We just vote it through and go home.
Thank you to Councillor. Councillor Fletcher. I want to know who's got the $100 on the floor. Don't say, or that might influence the questions and the comments. Councillor Fletcher.
Madam Chair, I don't want to speak at this time. I just want a quick question, if I may, to the Mayor. And it may be that we deal with it further into the agenda, but on that decision to consult on the targeted accommodation rate, does that mean that we are going to continue any advocacy to Wellington on the need for a bed tax? Where does that leave us on that issue?
Thank you, Councillor. We are consulting on a proposal that says that while the accommodation provider targeted rate comes into effect 12 months effectively after COVID-19 struck, we need the flexibility to be able to continue to suspend that if the circumstances make it unreasonable to reimpose it. But on your specific question, from day one, I've said that a simpler, easier to administer and more equitable system would be a bed tax, but we have no power to impose a bed tax, which is why we impose an accommodation provider targeted rate based on capital value. A bed tax is simple. It's X dollars a night for each visitor that comes through the door. So it's not a case of affordability. The government has deemed it appropriate to allow a local bill to go through Parliament to allow Queenstown to do that. Actually, there's 100 times more, 1,000 times probably more tourist workers in this city than there are in Queenstown. And what's good for Queenstown, I think, would be equally good for Auckland. I've talked to a number of big hotels, and they believe that the bed tax would be the right way to go. I've put that in the briefing for the incoming ministers to have a look at. I have raised it already with the Minister of Tourism. He'd barely got his feet under the desk, and I thought he needs to know this. And I think if collectively we continue to work for that and work across all of the political parties in Parliament to say this is what we need, because this money that is raised in this way is what enables us to market our city and our country, rather than putting it on a rate on everybody, including people that don't get any benefit. Previously, general ratepayers paid to market tourism. We need to do it, but those that benefit from it should pay. And if it's a bed tax, it's actually paid by the visitor themselves. So it all makes sense, and I'll continue to push for it.
I'm pleased to hear that, because I have long believed a bed tax is the better way to go. And right now, with the numbers of people quarantining in Auckland, it would have been a great source of revenue coming from the government, actually.
Great source of revenue for us. The government will be paying for it because they're paying for the quarantine. I probably won't say that in my submissions to the government.
No, I think not. But I just want the assurance that you are doing everything that is possible, even to the point of persuading local members of Parliament to actually look at it as bills that they might sponsor on our behalf, where the legislation has already been in place. But I'd like to come back, Madam Chair, and speak to this a little later on, but to foreshadow my strong support for the initiatives that you've actually put in and around climate change, but there are other matters that I'd like to come back to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Actually, I have no one else wanting to speak so far. Yes, I have Deputy Chair.
I suspect
he's the one that's in receipt of the $100 bet. He'll drag this out.
No, I've got it all. I've got a few notes here. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, look, I want to briefly thank the Chair, thank the finance staff as well, who I know worked incredibly hard on this, sometimes all the way into the night. You know, I drive down the motorway very late at night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and I see the lights still on up in Auckland Council Tower, and I think that's probably the finance team working away. So well done team. And I also want to thank the Mayor for this proposal, and I want to thank you particularly for, if I may say, your tenacity and your bravery to put this out to the public. I think that it really speaks to the value that you place on public services for the city, and I want to thank you for that. You know, I've just gone past my first year here, and when you start here you want to get in and change the world, right? And it always strikes me, I come from Auckland House on Albert Street, and I always walk past Mayor Robbie. Right, and I remember these conversations all through my life at the kitchen tables in various places where people say, if only they'd listened to Mayor Robbie on the rapid rail, if only they hadn't ripped up the trams, if only, if only, if only, if only, if only. No one has ever asked me what Mayor Robbie's rates rises were. No one's ever asked me that. I like to think that this council is learning the lesson actually that we should be thinking of that lesson and actually investing in our public services that people rely on and that actually our most vulnerable citizens rely on the most. You know, from a Waitakere perspective, we're sick and tired of underinvestment. That's what I hear all over the place. And we've inherited in the super city underinvestment in many areas. And I'm hoping that this proposal will go towards that, and actually it will invest in our critical infrastructure that we desperately need, so I'm very happy about that. But it is also a strong compromise. I think it's a roadmap for our future where individually all across this table we might have drawn the lines differently at various points. But we've come to a solution, I think, that we can all, well, most of us can accept, and hopefully we can all accept. Just before I leave, and I'm sorry about the 12 o'clock target, my favourite bit is about climate change. I really must talk about this because it's really fantastic. The Queen Street Valley is the worst black carbon in New Zealand, and actually that's all of our wards that share that responsibility because we all go down there for work. We all go down there to go out and go to restaurants and whatnot. And so I want to just briefly apologise to the residents and businesses down there that we didn't take action sooner. And this proposal, I think, will show us that we're planning to put that right. It will plant more trees and forests, and I hope we make a big deal of this in the public because it really is time to reinvest in the south and in the west, which have shameful levels of tree canopy, and that affects air quality and quality of life. We may be building another Queen Street Valley in the south as well, and we've got to get to that before we get to that point. I hugely support plans to help Aucklanders help themselves on their climate change emissions, because after all, we're all in this together. I want us to redouble our efforts, and we should be looking at all the ways that we can do this through the term and remember our kids and our grandkids and do as much as we can. You know, just to wrap up, this won't be our last difficult discussion, and it probably won't be our last difficult discussion in this term, hopefully this year. But this proposal, and I commend this proposal, I look forward to going to the Waitakere residents and the Auckland residents with this proposal and hearing from what people have to say, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Councillor Dalton, did you have a comment?
Yeah, a comment. That's a hard act to follow. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Simpson, while we're in finance, I just wanted to thank you for your leadership of the Team Auckland approach. You brought along the local board chairs and with them their boards, but also the CCOs, and I've really appreciated the opportunity for them to receive their advice and their collaboration. So thank you for your leadership on that. Just briefly, in terms of the Mayor's proposal, I too thank you, Your Worship, for getting that balance. I know you really tried hard and it's not going to please everybody, but it's good. The one area that I still have uncertainty over is the savings, and the savings in terms of the impact on our people. I still don't know what the savings are. I have had some advice from finance and I know a little bit more, but I just want us to be cognizant of that as we work through the year. There will be movement. The revenue may continue to increase. We don't know. We don't know if we'll have another lockdown, but may we please be cognizant of the impact on the staff as we go through the continued savings and continue to lock in the 90 million as we work towards the 120 million this year. And although it's very much operational, we have a responsibility as governors to take care of our people. And so I look forward to receiving some more information, and perhaps we can continue to decision make over the next year, as you've alluded to, Chair, as we look at how things are looking as we get into this next financial year. But thank you. Thank you to all of my colleagues too. It's been a ride.
Madam Chair, I think I'm right in believing that it's Councillor Dalton's birthday today. So I'd like, on behalf of everybody, to wish her a happy birthday.
I didn't know that. Happy birthday. We should have done that at the beginning. You should have told me that. Never mind. Well, I would have sung, but I've got very little voice, which I'm looking after, so I'll sing another time for you. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to echo the sentiments acknowledging you and also the officers, and also to acknowledge the Mayor and the Mayor's staff in his office for the work that has gone into this proposal. It has been a very comprehensive exercise, and I know how difficult it must be for the Mayor to try and knit together a narrative of a plan that can get wide buy-in, and that would not be easy. But I do want to say that this is the Mayor's proposal, and the Mayor is entitled to that proposal. I think that the proposal reflects significant concessions by the Mayor on issues that the Mayor has felt strongly about and has campaigned on, but particularly around the rates. That is, there's no doubt that some tough decisions have had to be posed here this year as a continuation of the effects of COVID. That would not be easy. I mean, I'll be voting for the Mayor's proposal because it does deserve endorsement. There are some areas where I'm not wholly persuaded. Unsurprisingly, I'm not totally convinced on where we're at in terms of renewals, because I think we have a long way to go before we fully understand the state of our assets and the program of funding that's required to maintain and to renew those valuable assets for our community. Similarly, like Councillor Dalton, I'm not sure in relation to the effects of the efficiency savings that we will require. But also I remain really concerned about where we are on debt and the need to get headroom as quickly as possible. I believe that the Mayor shares my concern about that, to build resilience into our budget, and also to ensure that we have the argument to fund growth-related infrastructure, because I do want to have another look at the development contributions policy, because we have to ensure that those interests that trigger growth are paying for it, and that is something that we will have to revisit, I am sure. I note that the Rodney Local Board mooted the option of a consultation on a rates rise of 8%. I don't favour that, but it's important for historic record to say that if the numbers were around here and the numbers are not here, I understand that. I would support a consultation for an increase in the general rate by 7%, not 5%. And it's important that I say that because I don't mind being held to account for my position on this particular matter. But since the numbers aren't there, I accept that. I do have to say that later in the day, I would expect an amendment on the water quality target rate, which I am happy to second for consultation. But that should be over and above the proposal here, because this is the Mayor's proposal, and what we consult over and above that we can debate at a later item. But I do want to acknowledge Your Worship, your proposal. I think it is the product of a lot of discussion and quite a strong level of compromise, and I think it will be interesting to see what the public's view on the particular items are, and I hope that we will be able to debate further changes later next year.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coombe.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, e te koromātua, tēnā koe, tēnā koutou e aku rangatira, ngā mihi nui kia koutou e te kaupapa e tēnei wā. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to speak in support of the mayoral proposal going out for consultation. I really commend Madam Chair, the Mayor, colleagues for the process that we have been through in terms of the consensus building around the table and its and the free and frank discussions that we have been able to have as a group. And I think it's been a really grown-up discussion, particularly around what the function and activities of council are, and also about a realistic rates rise. I think as we saw through the COVID response, the role of council in meeting the community's four well-beings is really fundamental. And we often have a lot of debate about council sticking to core services or sticking to our knitting, but actually we have a role that's far broader and far more meaningful to the community. And I think we've been able to have a really good and thorough discussion about that has brought us to this point in terms of getting behind the Mayor and his proposal. So thank you. I did just want to speak particularly about the proposed investment for climate action, which of course, as Deputy Chair of the Environment and Climate Change Committee, I'm just absolutely delighted that we have that package in there. Yesterday, Te Taruki a Tawhiri, Auckland's climate plan went online. It's now available for everyone to be able to read and access, and we had a really good panel discussion last night with Chair Richard on the panel. And so many questions there being asked about, well, what is council doing? We've declared the climate emergency. What are we actually doing to meet our emissions target of 50% by 2030? And I think this lays a really strong foundation. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for including that in funding from the rates rise. It is only a starting point, and I think we're going to have a big job in getting that message across, because there are going to be much bigger decisions that we're going to have to make in terms of what we reprioritise and where we're going to put our investment and funding, and big decisions that we're going to have to make as a city about how we grow and develop over the next 10 years. So this is just a starting point, but I think what's key to the plan that came through last night is that this is about all of our well-being. It's about the place, people and nature. And if we deliver on our plan, we will have fantastic benefits for the community, across the community, but also for our environment, and it puts the environment first. I just wanted to make a comment too in thanking staff that there is a very lazy narrative about what council does and those who work for us, and really put service of Auckland ahead of high salaries, who are really committed to delivering for Auckland. And it's really essential that we acknowledge the work that our staff does. And I understand that there were still reports flying around at 4:30 this morning. I'm a bit concerned to hear that. But there's a huge amount of pressure for our staff to deliver, and often get put in the limelight in ways that they shouldn't. So I did just want to sum up just by thanking everybody who has worked on this proposal. Sorry, Councillor Alf, you're just throwing me off when I'm trying to just say something really meaningful about the Mayor's proposal. Okay, if I just get back to my flow. Where was I? So I just, absolutely support this going out for consultation and all the proposals that are in it. thank everybody who's been involved. And I hope that in terms of when we get to the consultation documents and the way that we sell this, we do have a hard message to get across to Aucklanders about the vital role that council plays, the services that we're delivering, the activities, the role that we play, and what rates pay for, and that they pay for. They're not a service charge, as I saw has already been reported in the media. They are a tax, and we need to acknowledge that we get a huge amount from relatively very low rates and historically very, very, very low rates, and we need to be realistic about what we're funding and how we fund it. And there is a role there for, this is about collective action across Auckland when it comes to our climate plan and delivering on that, and also the role of government. So there's still a lot more that we need to work on, but I think this is a really great starting point to go out for consultation with Aucklanders. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Chair. I commend the recommendations to colleagues. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and acknowledgements to you for the way you brought this through. You talked about the council family, and that's most important, so thank you. Very briefly, I just want to say this is the start of the process. We have to now go out and talk with our communities. That's what consultation is about. We tell them the accurate messages that you're hearing today, the realities, not some of the misinformed benchmarking of comparing Auckland to Balclutha or Cromwell, because that's just a nonsense. Service provision, as Councillor Coombe said, is a critical part of what we do. Looking after our communities is a critical part. Picking up the rubbish, supplying the regional parks, the local parks, the sports fields. Turning the tap on, the water runs, flush the loo and what's there goes away. Looking after our environment. Having good and growing PT. It's not perfect by any means, but it's growing. And with this budget, it can continue to grow. To improve stormwater and to give us true resilience in our articulated water over time. But we have to work with our communities. We have to tell them the true story of what Auckland's delivered on this LTP, on an LTP's past and the opportunities for the future. And then we have to actually look at, between now and July until June next year, we have to look at the budgets compared to actuals, Madam Chair, because that's going to be the interesting part. What does the COVID impacts delve to us in the next 5 months, 6 months? Is it going to be dire, as some are predicting, or is it going to be a good solid bounce back to where we would like to be? And that, Madam Chair, is the next piece of work, and probably the most important piece of work. And we'll have to keep informing our public, our shareholders, on exactly what is the reality and not the myth. So thank you, well done to everybody. Well done, boss.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both you and the Mayor for leading this process again. This has obviously been a terrible year for our community and our country, each other and our own whānau. You know, we've all been under massive stress, and especially want to put it out there to our staff. And I know that people don't like the backslapping and the thank yous, but actually the staff are just under so much pressure, but still come here with a smile and still come here and do so much work for us based on our decisions, and often get, as we know, a lot of abuse and a lot of nastiness out there, but also we just know with the redundancies and the cuts and the changes from COVID have been hugely impactful in a negative way to many of our team out there. So I guess that's what brings us to this budget and what we need to do. You know, and I do think back to what we relied on for our services. Our library staff during COVID were out calling older people in our community. We had teams of people volunteering to pack food for the city mission. We had our community facility staff out there at the time felt like risking their lives to close toilets and clean toilets and help our bus drivers and train drivers and ferry staff all doing that job to keep Tāmaki running while we were in the middle of a pandemic. And it's shown also what has happened when we've sort of had the 60% of our income not from rates, and we've protected what we thought we were doing the right thing, but it's shown what happens when the tide goes out. The tide went out on a lot of that income, and it showed quite quickly what we didn't have and what the options that we didn't have. So the other good things are we're investing, and I think a lot of people miss this when we talk about, oh, council's terrible debt, is we're investing over $1 billion more a year in capital than we were 5 years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago. You know, that's incredibly different when we're sitting at about the same rate revenue as we were 5 years ago. It hasn't changed that much compared to what we're actually investing in. And people want us to do that. We know we've already had the complaints from people. I don't get complaints about rate rises barely at all. But what I do get complaints about is when services aren't there for people that they expect them to be, when things have to close, when parks aren't looking great, when toilets are left, to rack and ruin, to what Councillor Newman has been going on for many years, well before COVID, around our renewals. It is seriously concerning what we keep delaying, even before COVID, that our city expects us to be responsible for and get done. So I do commend that this is getting us a little bit of the way there. I think there is a conversation about how far we can really push that debt if it's for capital and for those renewals. I think the conversation needs to continue because, record low interest rates and we need to be investing. If we can invest more and borrow slightly more and mean it takes some of the heat off our households in the short term to make sure we're not leaving things up for 10 years down the track. So it's great that we're investing, the mayoral proposal invests a whole lot more in renewals, and we need to do far more in the capital space. In the climate space, of course, that's not perfect either, but I've had pretty long conversations with as many of you as I could in the last couple months around what you expected. There's some people who think we're doing too much in this space. There are many of you who think we're doing not enough. It's the same with the public. I've had the feedback from the public that we shouldn't be doing any of this. It's not our role. And other people saying how maybe sad it is that we're not doing more. But what is in here is some big proposals that do move us forward. The bus changes themselves. At status quo, we sit at about 16 million. We're more than tripling that budget for ensuring we do not buy another diesel bus. We're going to keep buying diesel buses until 2025. We will now stop that as of the passing of this budget. I know it's going up for consultation, but it also purchases up to 600 buses, and that's what we can control. We can't control the fleet across New Zealand or Auckland. That's the government, and we've given that feedback time and time again that we need them to act on that. But the other projects in there, Urban Ngāhere, we passed that excitingly unanimously, but never funded it. We are now funding that. We're going to have 200 hectares more of native forest in our regional parks and rural areas. We're going to have 9 more recycling facilities. I'm already at 5 minutes, and apologies. There's a huge amount of positive things in here. It's still a tough budget, and this will be tough on households, but I know that most of the feedback I get from people is they want us to act, so we're not leaving it up to the next generation or the next long-term plan where we then have to put up rates 20 or 30% to cover the massive decisions we leave for someone else to do. So just want to thank you all, and I think it's not perfect, but it's definitely a good budget that we're putting out to the public for them to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, my humble apologies to Pippa. Sorry for that interruption. It should not have happened, so I apologise for that. Hare huri tau ki a koe, Angela. Happy birthday to you. Chair, what I've asked His Worship the Mayor, plus also yourself, if you're okay, is to put those 3 words up there, because it is, no matter how we look at it, the mayoral proposal is a basis first for us. We will definitely have discussions to see whether there's any changes that we believe we should have before it goes out for consultation. On Tuesday, I had a discussion with Emma, and if people don't believe it's Emma, I've got her number in my phone, just in case you think I'm making it up. But she ended up saying to me that, why is the mayor pushing for 5%? And I said to her that his proposal is as per statute, and that we, as governing body, along with our local boards, will be making the decision. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Auckland Council, with our local boards and the governing body, will make that decision. And I said to her that this is not going to be the mayoral proposal. That's going to be our proposal that goes out to you. You need to be part of, have your say. I, again, as always, want to acknowledge the staff and just for their work. And I know it's been difficult. And lastly, I again want to acknowledge you, Chair. As Councillor Dalton said, your Team Auckland approach with local boards, I have no doubt at all that that will continue on post any of us being around this table. It will continue. I have no doubt at all that the importance of having our local boards around any discussion, especially with long-term plans. So definitely that will carry on. So again, I want to acknowledge yourself, Your Worship, in regards to working with all of us in regards to this. And again, apologies to you, Pippa. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And first I want to acknowledge you, Mr Mayor, because when we said to you, we think that the rate rise needed to be higher in the first year, you were worried. And I think you thought there wasn't enough support and you challenged us. And thank you for taking it on, because I think for all of us, we were really worried about community facilities not being renewed when they needed it, and that bow wave of unattended to facilities. And so I think it is a brave move, and I commend you for that, but also my fellow councillors for being willing to get behind that. But I do, and I have had some concerns from the community. A man from Langholm rang me yesterday and said, I'm really worried that you're going to sell the toilets. He was, and so I do, caution community members from listening to everything they hear in the media, because who would want to buy a toilet? Seriously. There is no return on those. So I think the thing is that, that is our role, and those are the things that people worry about. When they get the bus from Langholm and they get up to Tarangi and there's still not a toilet there, but it's being worked on, and that's a classic example. A toilet is being moved from one place to another because it needs to be in the right place. And so we can do that. We may do that, but it's about providing the right facilities in the right places. And so once I said to him, hey, look, we haven't adopted this yet. We want you to hear your views. And I think that's to echo Councillor Filipaina's comment there, that this is going out for public consultation. I really want to hear from the middle of February to the middle of March and in between, from whatever medium that we can arrange, and including us being called personally, to hear what people say, but also give us the chance to explain that. And I want to, as regional governors, go out to our consultations and not get bogged, there's the local component, but there's seriously some regional things that I want to hear back from people about. And I want us to take that opportunity as regional governors, that there's a balance of local and regional feedback and what's pushed out to our communities, so they don't miss the things that'll be in their rates by being distracted by, say, for example, a local issue. Those are important, but I don't want people to be blindsided and go, oh, I didn't realise that. So it's our job as a council to make sure that what's consulted on is balanced by both regional and local. And because it happens at a local level, that it's not just the local issues, because the regional issues will affect people's rates. So yeah, I'm reasonably satisfied that what's going out to the public is a really good basis for a long-term plan. And thank you, Madam Chair, for all the work you've done, and particularly our finance and performance staff, but also all the reports that fed into this from all of our parts of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be saying too much today because this is a proposal that's going out for consultation, so I hope to spend most of my time listening to what the public of Auckland have got to say. I think I at times must kind of live in a bit of a parallel universe to some of the other people around this table, because my experience of quite a diverse range of people in the ward that I represent is one different from what's being articulated by a number of councillors today, and it's one that has been affected by COVID-19. And I know that the Mayor made the very apt comment that the balance to be struck here is between what we need to do and what is affordable. And I think parts of Auckland and quite a number of our citizenry will have different views on what that balance is to strike. And I must say at the moment, I do have a bit of a concern in terms of the cumulative effect of a number of the costs that are incurring and that have been incurring even before COVID-19 goes. We've introduced targeted rates, albeit with pretty strong support. But I was at a function for commemorating Councillor Quack's the other day, and I remember one of the sayings he was prone to say, and that was that there was nothing more permanent than a temporary tax. And I can see that kind of sort of accumulation of costs to people starting to emerge. We'll have a regional fuel tax, and I'm a little disappointed that we haven't had a little bit more information over the last couple of years as to the inequitable impact of that tax on different parts of Auckland, which of course don't get factored in to these sorts of considerations because there's no figures actually being attributed to them. So that research commissioned by the RMSB showed that certain parts of Auckland were disproportionately hit, and certain socio-economic groups, not least of which was the people at the bottom of the heap. So I'm looking at the way things are starting to accumulate here. If there are water rate increases, we have proposals later on in our paper for changes to the urban rating area, which have some pretty significant impacts for admittedly smaller numbers, but big rate increases. You start putting those all together and you add up with a fairly significant increase across the board. I'm pretty sure the Auckland public will be doing some of those accountancy exercises themselves to see how that affects them. As far as some of the other aspects of the mayoral proposal as to do with asset sales go, they're almost been taken as a given, but they are a contribution that our public are making. They are, and again, in some areas more so than others. We already, disposed of our diversified assets portfolio in the last term, the so-called rainy day fund. That might have been quite useful now. I would have thought we have 240 million for this year in the emergency budget. We have 210 over the next 3 years. Some people would evidently like to go a lot further. I just wonder at which point you stop or there's not much left to dispose of. So I'm a little more cautious with the asset sales. I have supported them thus far because in the scheme of things they have been able to be done without relatively major impacts in communities. I'm not sure that will continue to be the case in the future. I hope in terms of the climate action that we do actually mobilise actions more so than perhaps endless sort of self-reflection there. So like Councillor Hill, I like to see things actually happening on the ground. I read an article this week where, one of the easiest ways to get immediate gains was to get people out of their cars, just to get people to stop driving their cars so much. So it doesn't always have to be big infusions of capital to have an effect. So I'd like us to have a far more stronger communicative function in that than we have done thus far, and to get some wins on the ground and to win people over, as indeed we're going to have to do with this emergency budget. It's been cast as one which is to keep Auckland moving. I'm a little bit more upbeat than most people. When I look around, I see lots of projects that are keeping Auckland moving. A number by ourselves, but a number of other ones by NZTA. No matter which part of Auckland I go to, I see massive big projects. 700 million Northern Motorway improvements, 400 million for Penlink starting next year, Puhoi to Warkworth, a series of big capital projects down south. So as much as our capital investment is going up again for 31 billion over the 10-year program, up from the 26.2 from the previous 10-year plan, I'm very much upbeat in terms of what's happening in Auckland as a consequence of both Auckland Council and the government, which I see increasingly coming to the party. So, Madam Chair, I've said a lot more than I said I was going to say. I commend the Mayor for coming up with this. I'm going to listen very carefully to what people say, and as I did last time, make my mind up on what Aucklanders say about this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Feature.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a really good debate, and it brings a lot of the last 10 years into sharp focus. We are the product of all of the decisions that have been made to date, and I think driving much of this budget is the decisions that we took on the unitary plan. The minute that we adopted the unitary plan, we consigned council to have to invest in that infrastructure on such a wide scale in Auckland. And in many ways, we've been grappling with that for a long time. So people like myself probably sound a bit niggly, because over the last few years, I've turned down a lot of proposals I would have liked to have seen at a personal level, because I knew that we had to prioritise. And like Councillor Newman, I knew that we were not effectively dealing with the renewals issue. And so in some ways, yes, we've got a COVID LTP, but in my opinion, much of what we are dealing with in this LTP was inevitable. It was going to happen with or without COVID. So the question for me in what we are looking at is, the crisis has happened. Have we made the most out of using the crisis to secure our future effectively in the future? Lovely to hear the comments about the diversified assets being raided, the old Auckland Regional Services Trust, and that went in to the CRL. That went into climate change. The biggest thing there was getting the electric rail, because we couldn't use diesel rail with the CRL. So progressively, one little step at a time, there are lots of collective decisions that are building up. But what is now apparent is that there is a much wider support across the populace for initiatives that took quite some courage in the past to do, but now people have a much clearer understanding of why we must do them. I am, and you heard me earlier today and expressing support for questions that were posed by Councillor Darby, I really do want to know that we are using our balance sheet effectively. And if I ask the question, it is not disrespect to our staff. Nobody could be a greater champion and enthusiast for Jim Staybeck joining this council. And I hope that he does bring a sharp focus to these issues. And nobody will be more pleased than myself, but that doesn't mean to say I'm going to let him off the hook from at least asking the questions. That is healthy. That is healthy debate. And it's that level of contestability that I think we should show the maturity that we can discuss. At so many levels, there are really good things and things that I support here. Last week, some of us went down with Pippa Coombe and John and Wayne. We went down to Miranda and we looked at the targeted environmental rate, and proudly were able to show the Waikato Regional Council what we had been able to do with our pest-free islands. Now, those of you that don't know me well know that the way to get to my heart is to actually do anything in the environmental space and on pest eradication and translocation programs. But I felt such immense pride when Liz Brooke presented that paper so effectively. I'm really sad that Gail Ogilvy's not still here because she did so much work in that space. But we've got and we've set a benchmark now for what could be adopted so that when we're talking about the Hauraki Gulf in the future, maybe we can get those synergies. But we've made some material difference. So, you know, at one level, their targeted environmental rate, I'm pleased that the Mayor has, unlike the COVID budget, the emergency budget, you know, he is responding, I think, favourably in terms of the debt limits, and I think we have to handle those prudently because we don't know what future shocks we might be able to have. But ultimately, the issue is how we manage change, how we take the public with us. I'm worried that we've gone a step too far. In terms of the community that I represent, and we all represent different communities, I think by going out with the 5%, it is going to be a step too far. It certainly is a step too far for me. I would have preferred a different configuration. I appreciate it's the Mayor's proposal. The Mayor will put it up in its entirety, and we can accept or reject it. Well, 5% for me is probably a step too far. I know that we've got to do more for all of the renewals and everything else that we've talked about in terms of the investment, but there may be other ways to do it. But I hope that we can come together on wider issues, increase the public transport again, get those revenues up, you know, do those things that we can collectively do. But I think we run the risk that we will alienate the public by going out with such a large increase in that first year. And for that reason, I can't support that segment of what the Mayor has proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. And without too many backslaps, I do acknowledge the staff and the Mayor, councillors, IMSB members in the long and arduous process that we've all gone through. You know, when I think back when COVID sort of first happened, it was 2 days before the first lockdown, and I was in a pre-agenda meeting for a planning committee, and I actually said to the teams, you know, there's going to be an enormous opportunity here. This is going to be hurting, but there's going to be enormous opportunity. Get ready, you know, send everybody to R&D because it's going to be a new world that comes out of this. And I wasn't being any great oracle. You could see a lot of commentators were discussing that same very thing. And so I guess when we came to the emergency budget, it was a react budget, and we were promised that this was going to be a response budget. But in my view, we haven't posed the right questions or commissioned the right work or been successful in articulating our own arguments. I haven't been strong enough to get us collectively in a position to delve into things that I thought should have been delved into. And I'm just making that point. And look, I will always say what I need to say in this place. It's me. I'm not an acolyte of any one of you, or you know, and I don't adhere to any of the party politics. But at the outset, I say to myself, this is a 10-year plan, and have we thrown the ball out into the future ambitiously and chased hard after it? Team New Zealand, it's theirs, it's not ours, but we could own that. And essentially, this is a recovery budget. It's not a COVID reset budget. Let's be very, very clear about that. And it, in fact, uses all the pre-COVID world thinking and the tools of the pre-COVID world to address a post-COVID world. And that post-COVID world is colliding with a climate world. So there is an enormous challenge there, and I'm not convinced that we've really grabbed the opportunity of the future. But look, we've got more work to do. I've outlined the 3 work streams that I thought that really should have been undertaken and that weren't, in my view. And delving into that strategic response to COVID, which I've already introduced, is for me a real big gap. We did see some scenario planning, but it was dismissed pretty quickly, and we did not see the follow-up work. It wasn't allowed to come through. And I think that's a fundamental error in the building of this. The new revenues discussion didn't get out of the blocks. There was an email that went around and then a summary email, and radio silence endured after that. And there's, I have raised about airport and our port on the waterfront here, and I modified my position. I modified it, as I said earlier, to actually go into this inquiry as to what do these assets mean to us, And look, I know that, my previous position in elections was strategic assets off the table, taboo, don't go there. But I realised my own position was not informed. I never asked the question in my own mind as to why we had these assets. And so we're going to have to go back there and understand what they mean. They can't be just strategic assets in name only. There has to be some kind of underpinning blueprint, as I describes it, that demonstrates how that strategic asset fits into our organisation and how it is to be used or utilised. So going forward, 30% of Aucklanders, I'm listening to RNZ recently, 2 days ago, they have today household incomes lower than pre-COVID income. So I'm sure that many Aucklanders will be asking why Auckland Council has $2.1 billion in the bank in airport shares. Now, I've heard some say it provides us with dividends. If your plan was to have a dividend stream out of the you would not put $2.1 billion in one asset. Now, any equities advisor is going to say that is a really bad move. That puts you in a very vulnerable position because one asset can go backwards pretty quickly, and there's no insurance policy there by having other assets in your portfolio that may not go backwards to the same degree. So for me, that Ports of Auckland airport discussion, the vacuum there, no understanding of what strategic really means, that's a big gap. But on the bright side, perseverance furthers. A year ago, we were talking about another strategic asset, and that was shut out, and that was the Bledisloe. A few of us said, yep, we needed to put it into the discussion on the overstation development of Aotea, and it now is out there for consultation. But there are risks going forward, and I want to emphasise that the operation and renewals budgets are not adequate. But look, this is the cut. That will be highlighted when we get to consider ATAP and the RLTP. But I can tell you now, members, hold your horses, because this budget will not fund what you're anticipating. Will be funded in ATAP, that's the big buckets, and then flowing through to the RLTP. You won't get my Stanley Bay ferry service back, which is going to be cancelled in 2 weeks. One of the oldest ferry services in Auckland. You won't get a new ferry fleet, which is disintegrating and breaking down. My Lake Road might get up over the line because it's primarily RFT funded. You won't see any demonstrable change in cycling budgets. That won't show up. And I'm saying now, get ready for the rough road ahead. It's going to be tough. So we are going to have to look at some other levers that we've never considered in this budget setting, and we'll have to look at that going ahead. I'm not one for not backing a budget. I think it's pretty spineless to abstain on a budget like this, I say to myself, and I get the team. And I'll be supporting this budget with all the aches that I see in it. But one thing I am looking for, the Chief Executive's not with us now, but going forward,
Yes, he is. He's waving his hand.
Sorry, obscured,
Stand
Mr.
corrected.
Chief Executive. I think we do, at the end of this process, need to review the long-term plan process itself. Personally, greatest respect to all the people from finance, I think it's too financial-led and it doesn't have enough strategic pull in it. And that would be my urge, but that will come out in a review of the long-term planning process. We've not undertaken that in all the LTPs to my knowledge. I know there's always a little bit of a cursory review afterwards, but that would be my message to the Chief Executive, is to trigger a long-term plan review of process. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Just want to raise 2 or 3 concerns, Madam Chair, and I guess for me one of the overriding concerns around what we go out with is the question, the test as to whether Aucklanders understand our position. And I would suggest that if you were to just interview a number of people on the street, that they really don't understand our situation. I think obviously we've had a hit from COVID, but the issues that we've been confronting around debt existed before then, and they're also going to exist into the future. So the concern I've got is that we need to tell our story. That is, you know, what do we need to cover the cost of our expenses now? And essentially much of that is around renewals. What do we need to fund into the future? That's around investment. And what are the looming problems that we've got? And yes, we've got a debt problem now, we've got a debt crisis, but looming in 2 or 3 years' time, we're going to have a revenue crisis when the CRL is up and running and various public transport initiatives are up and running, and we're going to have many, many more people using public transport, but we're not going to have the revenue to actually fund the subsidy for that amount of use. And I don't think that we are communicating that sufficiently now, because it may well be that that necessitates rate increases in the future. If not rate increases, then increases in fares, and if the increase in fares is unpalatable, the fallback is around rates, and the same thing applies to renewals. So I've got a real concern around that, and I think there's an overriding requirement for the Chief Executive to get the team to focus on those issues and focus on what we really need to be doing, and in my opinion that's receiving more money from the government, particularly to fund the things that we're funding, like the CRL, which is essentially Kiwi Rail project, the $1 billion blowout in that. We haven't got that back. The funding that we put into the museum, which is a national taonga, stadiums, other transport projects, until those things are addressed, and the fundamental problem that rates aren't a great match for a number of our expenses, we've got a real problem, and it's not going to go away. Our situation gets progressively worse. So I hope that we can explain those stories. And then the other thing that concerns me generally, and it's picking up on Councillor Darby's and other issues, we need to take far more of a scenario-based approach to our long-term plan, so that we present to people what we could and should be spending around climate change in order to meet targets that fundamentally we are not going to meet. And yes, we know that there are a number of policy interventions around government, but we're not going to be delivering there. So we need scenarios around that, and fundamentally, if we're not doing that, we're not presenting the choices to Aucklanders that they really need to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Taipri.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Ko tēnei te mihi e te kora mātua e whau, tēnā koe, ka nui te mihi ki a koutou e tēnei wā. So just in case everyone thought we might not say anything, we just think that first we want to acknowledge the unique position that the board has through legislation to participate in the Auckland Council at its finance performance meetings, along with the other meetings as voting members, where not everybody across Aotearoa has that opportunity through local government. We want to say that as we dust off the speech of 10 years, moving into the 11th year, acknowledging what everyone else has said, and we've said this many times, this is just the beginning. And really what it will come down to is this is a triennial thing where we review LTP. I think this is maybe the third or fourth, Kevin, you can remind me, but we've been through these. And what really happens now, of course, is what you all decide, and we all decide around May, I think it is, next year, normally May, June. And then what more importantly is reflected is what you actually put into your annual plan. I don't know how many times I might have heard the word reprioritisation over the years or other things that have come out of the blue, but certainly this year has been one out of the bag for all of us to teach us how to avoid being reactive. And so I acknowledge Your Worship and the members for trying to take something to be proactive and take charge of the destiny of Tamaki Makaurau. So we look forward to what the people have to say. But we want you to make sure that when you do put this out and you do make your decisions, and in particular the things you would talk about with infrastructure, we have been seeking support for out west and out south for those who need the public transport, for those who need the infrastructure, and we request strongly that you put your money where your mouth is. And so again, we will support this to go out to the people. And we look forward to the people's reply. And then we look forward to the decision that you make upon the people's reply. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Mulholland, and welcome.
Kia ora, and thank you, and apologies as I have given for lateness. Your Worship, thank you for all the work that you and the team have done on this budget. I commend it going to the people of Tamaki Makaurau. May I acknowledge you, Madam Chair, and your Deputy for the work that you have done. It has been a tireless effort, and I want to thank you. Also to Team Auckland, that to me means all of us collectively, the staff and the people that I'm very privileged to sit around this table with. So kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity to work alongside you. Well, I should thank the people of the FO for that. So we are a world-class city, and I was recently reading a document that talked about Aotearoa being recognised internationally as a world-class society. So my view on this budget is that we need to hear from the people who will be paying, whether it be through rates directly or as our residents, and other people who contribute towards Auckland, because we have two parts to our budget. I think we have to be really brave, and I love the idea of living in a world-class city, and whilst I will always believe in my roots, which are in Kirikiriroa and Hamilton, but I'm so proud of the city, and I actually think we could do more. So this budget outlines those opportunities. I am looking forward to hearing from the people about the borrowing. That's one of the things that I'm very interested in hearing about, because I have had some feedback already around being prudent, but let's wait and hear. I believe that we are incredibly focused as we move forward, and I think that COVID has added to that focus. So whilst over many, many years, other councillors and decision makers have taken us forward, this is the time, in my view, to really invest in infrastructure. I am incredibly keen to see improved infrastructure, and that aligns to me to the asset recycling, because you cannot hold pieces of land or property as they are now. You need to recycle it so you can look at other investment. And I do think it's incredibly important, and I've heard this a number of times around this table before today, about our contribution to renewals. That is another piece of critical work. So we wouldn't be able to do it without the funding and support of the people. So I'm very oriented towards let's get some real views and opinions and move forward. And whilst this is yes triennial, and I do agree with Chair Tapiri that this will be reviewed, I do think this is a time when this particular council has to be brave with potential increases as we move forward. And finally, can I just acknowledge that This, to me, is not about a vote bite. This is about listening to the people, doing the best for the people, and taking that step forward to spend the money that we need to spend to have world-class infrastructure, to have easy access to water and services, that we need to have great facilities. And in some parts across Aotearoa, I hear they don't even have swimming pools. So if we want all these things, and we do for our people, then we're going to invest in it. And yes, Mayor, I do raise swimming pool. I wonder why. I think I was raising it for the foe, but that was subtle, but thanks for raising that. It's a pleasure to work alongside the team, and I am waiting to hear from the people, and I certainly will be sharing those views and opinions. And kia ora tātou to everyone here, and let's hear from Tamaki Makaurau. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I think most of it has actually all been said, and it is the toughest budget. I will be wanting to listen to the public when we go out to consultation, and that's why I will support this to go out to consultation. But I will be listening. I'm not saying that I'm going to be supporting it. I will be listening. And just picking up on the airport shares in the ports of Auckland, I think one of the things I think this council here has to remember that Manukau did come to the table, and Auckland Council, with the airport shares, and would be in a far worse place if we hadn't had those. With the airport and the ports of Auckland into the future, I'm sure things are going to improve. It might take a wee time. So I think we have to be very, very careful whatever we do. We can't just go selling everything. I think we have to be very mindful of it. If we did get rid of the ports of Auckland, and I'm sure the ports, when all this COVID dies down, things will start coming right again. We will get money back into to the Auckland region again, and there's money that we really did rely on. And if we sell it, it's like, I can remember Sir Barry Curtis used to say, you know, the airport shares and the ports of Auckland's really like printing money. It's a good thing. And I mean, at the moment, yes, we have got a problem. And just one other thing, I'm pleased that Councillor Watson mentioned Councillor Quicks, because just the other evening I did say around this table that Councillor Quicks' name is mentioned very often, and I think into the future it will be mentioned. Just one other thing is that I think that when we amalgamated and we came to the Auckland Council from all of our other councils, we all had all of our legacy projects, and a lot of those have been done, but maybe at the detriment of our pipes and our drains and the things that really, really matter. And I think for most Aucklanders, you know, we all like libraries and swimming pools and the likes, but for most Aucklanders, we want to make sure we've got drinking water, we can flush our toilets, we can drive on our roads, and all the core businesses there. And I think we may have to really look at what I'm pleased that we're going to be probably having to look at this long term annually. And there might be some projects that just might not be able to happen straight away, because we have got some things that are probably more urgent than some of the feel-good things. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Look, with no further... Oh, sorry. Yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I think it's probably important just to reflect on the year that's gone. I don't think any of the councillors just heavily reflected. The Mayor may have in his opening speech, but this year we've lost the revenue, 450 million projected, with a cumulative total of $1 billion over the next 3 years. We've had the worst drought in Auckland's history, and we were forced to respond with that 220 million that we had to find to get the treatment and the supply to us. We had the city rail link of $1 billion, and our Auckland ratepayers had to come up with, in 11 days, $500 million. And, you know, we've obviously had the effect on staff. We've also got the water rates that will come through, not part of this decision making, but there will be implications in terms of price on water and wastewater costs. So, you know, whether 5% is a step too far, I don't know. You know, is 8% a step too far? I don't know, but we are going out in consultation and we will get that feedback, which I know we'll take seriously and digest. So I'd like to reflect kind of a year ahead too with the annual plan process, just picking up on some earlier comments as well. That's where the rubber really hits the road in terms of what we're actually going to spend that money on in deliverables. I sense a strong feeling around the table that infrastructure is key, again renewals is key, and from my point of view, the discussion to inform that annual plan around what is core business, because we might have to make some very tough decisions about the nice to haves versus the needs to have. And I think that's important exercise for us to go through as a group. So I think that's all all the messaging I'd like to have, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And you know, the collective effort of the council group in this exercise. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I just want to end the debate then by saying, look, thank you first to the IMSB for your input. It is unique and we appreciate that. Thank you to local boards. It's been challenging, more challenging than I think this time for them, because in the emergency budget, they didn't have their work streams up and operating, so it's been more challenging for them. And to you and my fellow colleagues around the table, the way we have debated. Look, there are people who wanted ideas that didn't come to the table, and I'm one of them, because they didn't have majority of support. There are people who wanted a higher rates rise, and there are people who thought the 5% was too challenging. But at the end of the day, where the Mayor has come to is a point of, dare I say, compromise. It is the middle ground between the debate that has happened around this table. I want to thank the finance staff who have worked, as a number of you have said, well into the night and very early in the morning to get material that has changed. As we have debated, it has changed and they have come back with new material. This is a very much of a moving feast. This is not a normal LTP in any way, shape or form. There will be LTP amendments. I absolutely say that now, and I will say that, and I've said that in the workshops, and I will keep saying that. But legally, we have to strike a point to go out for consultation. And no, look, I don't agree with everything, Your Worship, necessarily. I think there needs to be some alternatives, and we're going to discuss that in the next item. But this is step 2 in a 5-step process. The first step was for us to discuss it, and we've done that. Step 2 is to go out for consultation. But there are 2 parts to that. It's the mayoral proposal, and the second piece is the next item on the agenda, other points to be consulted on as well. But the big piece of work is the actual consultation document. Because if we don't get that right, if we don't put the context and background to what we are proposing, Aucklanders will not understand what we have to do, are trying to do, or the theory behind what the mayoral proposal has said. Then, of course, you get the report back, which is step 4, and finally, you have the decision making. I want to foreshadow in this debate, and you know that, Your Worship, on the water quality targeted rate, there are no changes through the 10 years on that in your proposal, and I have foreshadowed as we have, that was one of the only things I think we've had collective decision making to look at that, and we'll do that in the next item. But again, this is only stage 2. It is only out for consultation. The most important part of it is to listen to what Aucklanders have to say. So we have a mover in the Mayor. We have a... Oh, sorry, Your Worship. All right.
Thank you.
Just costing someone $100.
I looked at my watch. Pippa has already lost the $100. Oh, Kathy has lost the $100. So I'm not making her situation worse. Maybe everybody else's if they're hungry. Look, first of all, thank you everybody around the table for your collective input and for your constructive comments. And I don't think I heard anybody that didn't speak constructively to this item. I was reflecting as I was listening to some of the discussion about why I originally went into politics, which is more than 50 years ago, and it was because I wanted to change the world. And I've got to tell you, I still want to change the world. What I've learned is that I thought you could do it tomorrow. In my maiden speech in Parliament, I thought, these old buggers here, they're just holding things up we can change. I still want to change the world. It's just going to take me a little bit longer than I originally thought, which was tomorrow. And Madam Chair, you're right with, I think you raised the question of compromise. This is a compromise, this document. It's a compromise for what maybe I ideally wanted and what I thought there was a consensus for around the table, and conscious of the fact that we all govern by consent. In the end, we make the decisions, we show the leadership, but if people don't follow and they don't support, then we cease to be in the position of privilege that we are. So I've tried to find a document that I think shows leadership, that takes us in the direction that we want to go. A couple of councillors, Councillor Newman, I think, and Councillor Hills both said it's a start, but we need to go further. I absolutely accept that. We do need to go further. But is this a document that takes us in the right direction and makes some important changes for the better, for a better Auckland, for a world-class Auckland? Yes. I just want to remind everybody around the table is that I get a lot of demands for you should put this in, you should spend more on this, and you should spend more on that. And I'm conscious of the fact that you can only do those things if you raise the revenue to fund it. So, John, in my proposal I talked before about the Orewa seawall and the Scotts Point Sports Centre. Okay, I think those are good projects. You think they're good projects, they're necessary projects. But if you don't get the funding and don't get the revenue to provide for those, then they don't happen. Greg, likewise. I think you've been the most consistent lobbyist for more road sealing of any colleague around the table. And yeah, maybe we can make some progress on that, but we can't if it's the status quo, because we've lost that $1 billion that you so eloquently referred to. So you want those sort of things, and I want those sort of things, then we've got to pay for them. I don't want to be around this table, and you don't want to be around this table to sit here and say we can't do any bloody thing. The world's such a tough place. It's such a bad luck that we've had COVID-19. Therefore, we're not going anywhere, not doing anything, but we'll take a really safe process. Now, I did reflect on a couple of you who so kindly said that this was a brave proposal. And I'm part of a generation that grew up under Yes Minister. And when your civil servants said, very courageous Minister, you knew what they really meant was, well, thanks Minister, we'll be seeing you go very shortly. Well, I think you do need to show a bit of courage in this. While reflecting on the fact that you're governing with consent. So I think we do need to show that leadership. Councillor Sharon Stewart, thanks for reminding us about the airport. A number of councils flogged off the airport, including the North Shore, years and years ago. Other councils were wiser, thought longer term, and held on to them. We flogged them off, they're gone. There's no revenue from those shares now. Might have helped temporarily, but once you flog a major strategic asset off, it's gone forever. And, I am conscious of the fact that the 110 million dividends that we were regularly getting from the airport and the port not only gave us that money for OPEX, but they also enabled us to leverage a whole lot more so we could do a whole lot more. And to me, the airport and the port, the airport in particular, that is your rainy day fund. I think Councillor Newman, you mentioned that you're a bit worried about the 290% and whether we had any leeway there. And the leeway we have got, if things really did turn to custard and we had another lockdown at level 4, what would you have to do? That's when you use your rainy day fund. That's not rainy day, that's an absolute deluge. And we're not there yet. We can do it. We can do this without flogging off assets that are critical for us in terms of income, but also critical as that rainy day fund in your worst case scenario. So thank you for reminding me of that, Councillor Stewart. Manukau and some other councils were quite long-sighted in what they did there. I think I'll pick up the point that Councillor Coombe made, among others, that this is a starting point and there's more to do, and I absolutely believe that. You know, we could beat ourselves up for not achieving everything we wanted tomorrow, but what we've got to ask ourselves, does this document, in all of the circumstances we find ourselves, take us forward to achieve what we want to do? And climate change is one of those big things. And acknowledge, you know, Councillor Hills and Councillor Coombs and so many of the rest of you around the table actually that pushed hard on that. And I am proud that we kept it in the emergency budget, Madam Chair, and we not only kept it in the emergency budget to reduce our carbon footprint as a council, but we're also doing a bit more than the business as usual to make a difference and getting those diesel buses off the road. You know, we were leading when we agreed to do it by 2025 in the C40 countries. I was one of 12 mayors that formed the group in the C40 and said, we're going to lead the way, we'll do it by 2025. Let's do it by next year when we pass this budget. Let's make that statement, because it's an important statement to make, and it makes all the difference for health, for pollution, and for climate change. So one other thing I need to say, there was a headline somewhere I read about we were flogging off playgrounds and toilets. Thank you for Councillor Cooper for reminding us actually there isn't a great market out there for used toilets. We wouldn't get anything for it. And actually I haven't heard a single word around this table or from officials that we're about to flog off playgrounds or toilets. So let's not invent things that aren't going to happen. And that's not going to happen, never was going to happen. And, you know, yeah, I won't say any more about that. So, councillors, look, I haven't covered all of your points, I'm sorry, just don't have the ability. Oh, one other thing I was going to say, assets. I think Councillor Walker, you raised the point about the sale of assets. Actually, the value of our assets since the last long-term budget has gone up from 51 million to 56 billion. Sorry, let me get this absolutely right. From 51 billion to 56 billion. We're not diminishing our assets, we're building them. We're building them all the time because we want to deliver things to our public. But when you add the value of the asset, you also add the cost of the maintenance and the operation of that asset. And where we've got surplus stuff, you know, stuff that's property, and congratulations to all the councillors around this table that have voted to dispose of the property that we no longer have a use for, of course you sell it, because you sell it to reinvest into something better. So, councillors, there will be some changes in this, and I acknowledge the recommendation that will be moved by the chair in regard to the water quality targeted rate. Understand absolutely that it's not a big cost, $3.30 a year, I think, councillor, and I acknowledge the need to do more on the Manukau and more for Hobson Bay. I brought in the water quality targeted rate, or proposed it. You brought it in. I proposed it because we needed to do a whole lot more in that area, and I think we can without breaking the bank. I have tried to find a balance between being reasonable to our ratepayers and getting on and doing the things that make our city a great place to be. So I commend this document to you to put out for consultation.
Right, we have a mover and a seconder, the Worship and the Deputy Mayor. Your Worship and the Deputy Mayor, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Carried, thank you.
Madam Chair, I was trying to catch your eye. I didn't want to put you through the stress of putting everyone through a division, but I just would like you to note that I do not support D.
Noted, thank you, councillor.
Thank you.
Right, councillors, we'll have a quick break for lunch, half an hour, and we'll come back for item 11. Thank you.
Oh, damn, I just thought I had some lunch.
He's here somewhere. Councillor, behave. Right, now we go into, we've done the mayoral proposal, and that has been agreed to go out for consultation, keeping an open mind and noting that Auckland is the bellwether of that. And then we now look at some other matters. And I welcome to the table Michael Burns. Is Alistair with you, Michael, or are you on your own? Oh, okay. Sorry, I've got both. It's up to you. Over to you. So, councillors, just for your information, we'll deal with the things on the agenda and then we'll deal with water quality at the end, all right? So, gentlemen, over to you. Thank you.
Kia ora all. So this report considers 6 other items to approve for consultation through the long-term plan. The first 3 of those items relate to assets that may be considered strategic according to our significance and engagement policy. The first 2 items, Bledisloe House and then the properties in Takapuna and Devonport, are considered strategic on the basis of their heritage scheduling. And then the following item, the properties in Wynyard Quarter and Wynyard Point, are considered strategic under our policy, which talks about those waterfront properties. So that's the first 3 items. In order to make any decisions around transfer of ownership or change of control of strategic assets, we need to have provided for that in the LTP. So it's about providing for future decisions. The next 2 items are about updates to policies that we hold. The first is the CCO accountability policy, and the second is our airport shareholding policy. Both of these updates are primarily just updates for changes that have happened, such as the removal of Auckland Council Investments Limited or the amalgamation of RFA and ATEED. And then the last item is just agreeing at this stage that we will consult on an update to the regional fuel tax scheme and consult on an updated proposal to the government on our regional fuel tax scheme, and that would just be about, not about the overall concept of the scheme, but about the projects which that scheme would fund, given some of the changes such as the funding from through the New Zealand Upgrade Program for Mill Road and Penlink. So that's the items that you're looking at here, and I'm happy to take any questions.
So, councillors, we have talked about this at some length, but in the public arena, if you'd like to ask any questions or make a comment, I invite those from you now. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies, and it may be for Panuku, but could I just be sent a bit, I'm a bit confused with what Silo 6 is, and maybe there's no one here to answer that, and I should have asked at the workshop.
Yeah, I'll just ask James from Panuku to come help with this.
Just didn't understand what that sale would be.
Silo 6 is the site around the silos in Wynyard Quarter, so on the west and the eastern sides of the 6-pack.
But the silo will stay?
What's that, sorry?
Is the silo...
So yes, it's subject to the master plan process that the team is working on at the moment, but the intent is that the preferred option for now is that the silos will stay.
Okay, thank you. So that would come back to us then at some later time around what that looks like.
It'll come to the planning committee, yes.
Yep, thank you.
Just check out bullet point 28. It's got the map and everything there. Yeah. Thanks.
I can see what it was, but
I didn't understand. Oh, okay. No, all of it.
Okay.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. So I have a question around the Auckland Airport shareholding policy, 47C. So that's the changes to explicitly provide for council to sell down any shares acquired through the dividend reinvestment plan or other corporate actions such as rights issues. So does this just limit us to that sliver of what we're able to do? Rather than have opportunities if they came up, and people have mentioned it before, that if you really do have the deluge, we would have to change the policy before we could do anything.
Yes, so this proposed policy would limit our shareholding to be no less than the current number of shares, and therefore, so that's all it's providing for and what it will be provided for in the long-term plan, and therefore any proposal that would reduce us below the current number of shares would need to be reconsulted for and provided for through an LTP amendment.
Can you just explain how different this is from the current policy? Seeing we're changing it?
Consulting on changing it.
Well, consulting the proposal. Sorry,
So
Chair.
John Bishop will just join us. He's deeper in this one.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. So look, just to back up a step, the problem we have with the current policy is that it's relatively inflexible when Auckland Airport undertakes corporate actions. So, for example, if they were to raise more capital, whether it's in an institutional placement like they did earlier, or, for example, a rights issue, we at the moment don't have the current flexibility to sell those shares without public consultation. So we have to hang on to those shares and therefore take market risk. What we're trying to achieve by this policy is for small arrangements like dividend reinvestment plan. If for some reason we did decide to participate, we would not have to go to a full council meeting to do that. In other situations where there's a corporate action, if it is possible, we would get governing body or finance committee approval. But in a situation where we couldn't and with the opportunity to take action, then we would delegate that down to a smaller group so we can act quickly and potentially sell shares as long as we're not selling existing shares to participate in that corporate action and therefore take advantage of that corporate action. So a good example is a rights issue. If they did a rights issue where you can buy essentially discounted shares in proportion to your holding, we could do that and potentially sell those rights or sell those shares without having to go to public consultation. That's the idea.
That kind of covers off what Councillor Darby brought up earlier in the year, I think last year, when there was opportunity and we weren't able to be nimble enough. What it doesn't cover off for me, and I don't want to put you on the spot and ask you for your expert opinion, but I think the nimbleness, if we had a real, well, I think we've had pretty much of a disaster, but I don't know how we measure the scale of disaster, but what is really a rainy day or a deluge. But I think that's what this doesn't cover for me, is enough flexibility. It's if we had to really access these funds beyond what it says here, we can't do that without going out to a full public consultation. Again, doesn't give us enough. It would take a long time.
Maybe if I can address that. If you did get the deluge that I spoke about in the last session, it wouldn't require that you had to sell them that week, that day, or that month. And what you would have time to do is you'd have time to have a proper meeting of the governing body to talk about the policy. And you would still, I think, have to go out to a form of public consultation, as I understand it, Michael. So that would take time, but it's not a parallel to the situation where there's a sudden share offer and you've got 24 hours to respond. We would have time, and it might take a couple of months, but it would be a sort of a situation like a fourth lockdown where we lost another $1 billion. I don't know where I'd find that other than the deluge, the rainy day fund.
Well, that remains to be seen, whether you really do that.
Well, that's a discussion we can have later. At the moment, we're just, yeah. Right, any other, Councillor Darby.
Thank you, John. And just in terms of that policy, just before I go to that policy, in terms of our oversight of the port of Auckland, we rely not on a policy, we rely on the MOU. Has there any thought been given to actually having a policy to oversee the management rather than an MOU, which doesn't have a lot of bite to it?
Through you, Chair, you're referring to the port?
Port, yeah. Port, not airport, yeah.
Look, through you, Chair, I'm not probably in the best position to answer that question. I'm not totally familiar with the MOU.
Does anybody, Chief Financial, do you understand that MOU between us and the port, which interestingly isn't actually signed by the Mayor? I've just realised that, Mr Mayor. It doesn't have your signature on it, and it probably should. Was that socialised fully and a decision made by the elected members of Finance Performance or governing body to agree to that MOU with the port company?
Yeah, we need somebody to answer that before you.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, just going back to this one, and thank you for reviewing it. We did get caught out by not reviewing this when ACIL were put out to pasture. Just one of my questions here is, do we need to identify a key staff member or somebody external that can actually give us advice on such a chunky issue as, you know, a $2.1 billion holding? You know, that's expert equities advice. Are you confident that the wording signals that is required to inform any future decision making?
Yeah, look, through you, just to clarify one point, which keeps coming up. When we go back to that placement by Auckland International Airport, look, we weren't invited to participate. So it's a moot point what the policy said, because we weren't invited to participate. So that's off the table. I think as far as advice and contact points, I mean, it's not in the policy, but the contact point for council is the group CFO in the first instance. Okay. And I guess to your point, I'm not sure what further advice we would get as far as strategic advice on holding shares in airports. I'm not sure what that would add.
Okay, and just we've dropped now below 20%, so we're in a disadvantaged position now. We can never ever climb over 19.99% without launching a full takeover. So we could never get back to that 23% point, could we? Because of not thinking about that at the placement time.
Through you, Chair, look, I'm not an expert on securities law, but I understand you can go over 20% without launching a full takeover. You need to make disclosures, but obviously that would require the investment of scarce capital, which council doesn't have.
Yeah, I thought that's why we actually don't participate in dividend reinvestment plans when we're over 20%, because you actually have to sell down. It's quite an onerous task to go and get clearance from the NZX to not make a full takeover when you're creeping your shareholding. But look, that's probably history, because we are not going to be back in that territory, and that was never ever discussed then. But okay, so just in terms of one of the parts of that policy that I've read, going to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chair of Finance, I think within that, you don't want to get too wordy, but within that, there needs to be an immediate circulation of the recommendation of those three to all the councillors. But that would probably be too wordy to have in a policy.
Look, through you, Chair, I'm sure that would be the general intention. One issue here with the policy is it's very hard to predict all the sorts of corporate actions and things like that which Auckland Airport could undertake, what they might be, what they might look like, and the time horizons. So it's very difficult to summarise all the options in one policy. For example, your previous comment about share splits or share consolidations.
That's my only. Look, I'll agree to this. It's a big improvement, and it puts us in a position to being able to treat with any share placement. But I would expect, you know, when the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and you, Chair, treat with something that comes at you quickly that there's always a circulation, because this is a big sum of money.
That goes without saying, I think, Councillor, from my perspective, certainly. And remember, this is going out for consultation, and I think actually what we need to do is do something with this policy and bring it back and sort of discuss it with it further. But at this stage, the paper is about there's slight amendments to the current policy to go out for consultation. Councillor Cooper.
It's another question around Auckland Unlimited's brief. Part of it says that it's there to manage film facilities. And I don't think that it's our job to be managing film facilities, especially, I mean, we own one. But I think that we've got to start looking at that the private sector can actually do that. I'm not sure that Auckland Unlimited should be managing those facilities that are owned by Panuku.
What's your bullet point number?
Well, it isn't, there's no number because it's in the document 1.21 of Auckland Unlimited and the addendum, it's on page, I think it's 291. And then there's several bullet points on that page. So it's the last part of the page. It does this by undertaking the following activities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th bullet point, second to last bullet point. It talks about attracting investment, which I support, connecting business to resources to help them grow, but then it says managing specific facilities for sectors such as film. You know, I think that's a little bit, it's actually an anomaly, and I don't think we should be doing that. I think we should be, you know, we've got 18 with leases on these places. We own one, and we've got leases, at least two leases that I know of are 18. We shouldn't be leasing that stuff. We should be enabling the private sector to do that. And so I find it hard to support that. There's people out there that want to buy into these things in the private sector that do it much better. And the film industry are saying they don't like dealing with council, with film facilities, and we need to be having a really hard look at that. I mean, maybe it's too late to take that out now, but I think that we need to have a conversation about whether we should be in that business. We should definitely be attracting and supporting in our processes, but actually managing facilities.
Remember, this is going out for consultation.
Yeah, but it's so in the fine print, Madam Chair, I want to highlight it because I don't think that for most councillors around the table, they're engaged in this. And I am, because one of those film studios is in my ward.
Do we have someone from Panuku here?
Or is Sarah Johnson-Smith online?
Sarah, can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Great. Just further to Councillor's point, yes, AT do hold leases over some film facilities, but they are also a studio manager of some of those facilities. So that bullet point does reflect current practice. And I suppose the question of whether that was a longer term arrangement would be something the council would need to consider.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor. I know what you're saying.
So I think we need to have that conversation in the next while, because I don't think most of the public will pick that up, but I think it's a piece of work we need to do to see whether we should be in that business.
Point noted. Okay, any other sorry, Councillor Hills.
Apologies, just briefly, Madam Chair. I asked at the workshop, but it doesn't actually mention it in the agenda item. But on To the Strand, will the consultation include the fact that it was a bequest and that income has to go to a community activity?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No, it needs to be moved. Your Worship, do you want to move this?
Happy to do so, Madam Chair.
And Deputy, do you want a second? Right. I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. And thanks, Michael. And thank you. Right, now we move on to item 12. changes to the urban rating area and rating of farm and lifestyle properties within the urban rating area, and bring to the table Andrew Duncan, Beth and Aaron.
Sorry.
Apology accepted.
Good afternoon. This paper proposes changes to our urban rating area so that properties that now have access to urban levels of services will be paying the same rates as their neighbours. It's about a 11% increase in rates for the 7,500 properties covered. This doesn't include Warkworth. It includes areas that have developed on the boundary of Auckland, and also includes some of these smaller townships. There is the choice for you to decide not to consult on including Kumu Huapai Riverhead within the boundary, or to wait until you've received the feedback from the public before making a final decision on that. This paper also recommends that farm and lifestyle properties within the urban rating area pay residential rates or business rates depending on how they're zoned. These properties have the same level of council services provided to them as others, and would give them a small incentive to develop their land for how it's zoned. Their rates would go from 80% of the urban residential rate for those that can be developed as urban properties to the full rates. That's about a 25% increase. There's about 500 properties that will be affected and another 115 that will be added when we extend the urban rating area. There's substantial detail attached to the report setting out the basis for the analysis of service areas. We're happy to take any questions.
Again, we've covered this, but if anyone's got any questions or comments. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, I've got some questions on the applicability of this proposal to Herald Island and Whenuapai, and conceivably Hobsonville. I'll leave Hobsonville to last. When I read the little intro point 24, the levels and types of services between rural and urban provision include roading, footpaths, public transport, community facilities, parks, stormwater services, etc. And I look at what's available at Whenuapai and Herald Island, where there's no paths, there's no sports fields, and interestingly enough, the catchment's based on a 15-minute drive. I'm not quite sure how 14 or sub 18-year-old kids drive to have a kick round on a sports park that doesn't exist. So question number one, has this been a desktop exercise, or have people actually been out to these settlements?
Yeah, it's been based on the assets that we have recorded in
Yeah. Okay, so if this is all about drawing comparability between council facilities that are available to rural as opposed to urban people, then that doesn't really mesh up with what's available in Whenuapai and Herald Island. I mean, Whenuapai, they built their own hall, so it's their hall that they built. The major issue out there is sewage and stormwater from the septic tanks getting onto the berms. That's about the level of service that's provided for them. So am I to take the fact that we're expecting to get in a car and drive with their children to these places 15 or 20 minutes away to access a pool in Glenfield, for instance, which is the one that's referenced there? But you'd be lucky if you could do it in 20 minutes. So I just, they're under this this rural residential current rates differential, which, whatever the descriptors are for that, to me will be appropriate because of the level of lack of council facilities that are available there. I mean, it talks about this the arts and culture venue, old post office museum on Herald Island.
Yeah.
That's maintained by a couple of people from the local ratepayers association, volunteers. So the sort of facilities, if we're talking about even a sports park, I mean, that's pretty basic to most. If I think of most urban areas, a sports park is available within a set distance. These guys have to get in their car and drive to Hobsonville Domain, which is currently just serving the whole of Hobsonville and the emerging Scott Point. So I don't see any mesh between what's available on Herald Island in the Whenuapai catchment, other than quite a lengthy drive, and that doesn't mesh with my view of urban as it goes to any place on the North Shore, the Hibiscus Coast, Manukau, anywhere. It's quite different.
Right. There is a domain in the middle of Herald Island, and there is some reserve land at the end of Herald Island.
Not a sports park.
It's not a sports park, but not everyone has a sports park within 15 minutes walk. So the standard for sports parks was a 15-minute drive, and which is similar to other parts of the northwest.
Yeah, so it's not 50. We're talking about getting people out of cars, so it's a drive everywhere. And I understand there's been a changes to the bus service on Herald Island too recently.
So the 15-minute drive for sports parks and libraries, etc., was listed in Best Analysis as the standard for urban Auckland. So that's the other areas.
Comparison point that I've used for all of the rest of urban Auckland. Noting that most people do drive to sports fields because they'll be competing against different teams.
Yeah, if you go to the communities in Herald Island and Whenuapai, and you tell them that you're getting an 8%, 8 plus 5, a 13, nearly 15% increase in your rates because you've got all those council services available to you, they're going to laugh you out of the door because they're just not there. We know because we go out there each week. As I said, the biggest issue is sewage and stormwater leaking from their septic tanks not through the pavements, because there is no pavements, onto other properties. So that doesn't sound like urban Auckland to me.
So I think what I will say is that this is staff advice to go out for consultation. What you're saying is some local feedback, and I get that. I think you'll find that and I'm not doubting your input, but this is the time to actually make that decision is when the feedback comes back.
Also, the wastewater services aren't included in this analysis.
Stormwater are.
What is this? Yeah.
So I won't be supporting it going out to consultation because there's going to be an uproar in these particular communities here. Can I just ask, I said I'd ask about Hobsonville, which, and I look at the map, which part of Hobsonville is that referring to? It looks like it's Scott Point, and then the other bit on the other side of the motorway, it's obviously not the built-up part of Hobsonville.
Yeah, so it's all the parts that are outside where the MUL was, which was the motorway through to the end, and that comes in, and it's Scott's Point, and plus the stuff north of the motorway.
Okay. So, and all of Scott's Point that's currently undergoing development.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense there. That's an urban environment. Whenuapai and Herald Island aren't.
Thanks, John. I think you've made that point. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I just want to follow on from my fellow Albany Ward Councillor, John Watson, and I put the question to you that if I apply the 3 tests, have the same access to council services as their urban rated neighbours. Secondly, have access to much higher levels of council services than farm and lifestyle properties in rural areas. And lastly, most of these properties have a residential use and place similar demands on council services to other residential properties. When I assess Herald Island and Whenuapai, first of all around public transport, the public transport is abysmal. If you were a disabled person and you had to walk to the bus, frankly, give it away. You could be written off. There aren't any footpaths. In fact, sometimes you have to walk through in winter areas where you've got sewage flowing over the footpath, because that's how bad the drainage network and the, in this instance, absence of any wastewater is. You referenced the hall. That hall is maintained by the community, and they got to run cake stalls and the like to maintain it. Right now, they've got difficulties in how they are going to maintain it. So it ain't as though it's a council facility, and the cultural facility that you refer to. I mean, it's a lovely little museum, but frankly, you'd be lucky to get in there because sometimes the volunteers are sick. They have been lately, and it was pretty much shut down with COVID. So it ain't anything to write home about. Certainly, I don't think it rates with cultural facilities that we provide. So if I apply those tests, it just doesn't stack up. They are, yes, getting something from the water targeted rate to hopefully address some of their sewage issues, but that's quite separate. So frankly, Madam Chair, we're buying in for a fight here, and I would have thought that if it doesn't meet the test now, that we wouldn't go out because we're going to get an uproar. And frankly, if it went to judicial review, I can't see how it would stack up. But of course, these people, frankly, they're not that well off, and I doubt whether they could afford that anyway, and I wouldn't want to impose it on them. So I've got real concerns. Yes, there is some water around that might serve as a pool, but you can't get to it because you've got to wade through sediment and mud flats and delightful mangroves to get there. So as far as the pool's concerned, it doesn't rate that test either. And I'm sure in terms of other facilities, and I'm looking at my friend over there, Mr. Dybury, there ain't any marae. Correct me if I'm wrong, David, but I think as far as anything along those lines are concerned, it also falls out. So that's a question. Does it stack up?
Councillor, I have a point of order, sorry.
I just think the kind of laughing at the staff's report is inappropriate, and it breaches one of our standing orders. I think it's section 7.1. We're not supposed to be disparaging anything.
It is Christmas, Madam Chair.
So you get a free ride to be rude to people?
No, I'm not trying to be rude. Go and check the post office and the museum and so on out.
So I'll just hold that. I'm going to rule that we'll just stop that conversation, Councillor. Thank you, and I'll hand to our CFO to make a comment.
Oops, sort of died. It's really just to draw it back to the nature of the conversation we're having here. And as you know, rates are never absolute. We're making assessments, and on the basis you're having the rural, you have the urban areas, you're using relative comparative measures as to how the level of services are getting. And it's not within the immediate facility. You've heard the conversation about the 15-minute drive to access those facilities. That's what this is about. So this is seeking your guidance. We've got a proposal put in front of you today, which is identifying areas we believe are delivering not the same degree absolute, but when you look at the measures put in place here, they are receiving a similar level of service to other areas, and the guidance we're seeking today is whether you believe the areas identified should be going out for consultation. But I'll just remind you, it is not an absolute guidance it's not a binary arrangement. You've either got the service completely or you haven't got it. There's some guidance and measures in place here to give a feel as to the level of service you are getting. And the conversation today is about whether some of the areas we have now should actually be falling into closer to the urban level of service compared to what they were previously. That's all it's about.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon. Hengaya Drury, you've indicated percentage rating. I'm just looking at page 320 at attachment A. 100% pools, 100% leisure centre, 100% arts and culture venue, 68% regional library, 0% community centre, 100% bookable venues. Do these areas, I don't believe these areas have footpaths. Do the areas have stormwater? Do the areas have curb and channeling? Do the areas have streetlights?
So around Papakura they do, and and the areas that are developing now do. So as the area develops, more of these facilities will come in.
And no, I'm talking about the areas that are currently not developed and not necessarily consented to be developed, that have to be developed in the future and paid for by the property owners as they apply for the consent to develop. But at the moment, the areas that are within this particular footprint that will be rated, they don't have that infrastructure, do they?
Yeah, so they will be paying lower rates because their land hasn't developed yet, and they'll be the same with any other part of undeveloped land that's within the urban rating area currently.
And the reason why they can't develop in the Hengai area is because the council doesn't actually have the latent capacity within the water network to supply water to its property. Is that correct?
If they're zoned, they will be. So it's based on zoning. So again, it's not absolute. So it's the areas that are zoned to be developed. It excludes those areas that are future urban zoned.
Sorry, respectfully, within this area, there is an area that has been live zoned.
Yes.
That can't be developed to reflect the zoning because the latent capacity doesn't exist to supply water to enable the development in the first place.
There are parts of...
There is no infrastructure here.
Yeah. And there's no infrastructure in other areas that haven't developed yet. It'll come as development occurs. There are areas within Auckland that have been zoned to a much higher level than they can sustain based on the current infrastructure. It's an issue across Auckland. We are talking about a general line to define whether these areas should be inside or outside the urban rating area.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to have a conversation with the community about this, but I think that we're going to have difficulty persuading the communities affected that actually they're getting the infrastructure and the permission and the capacity to achieve the urbanisation that is being mooted here, Chair. But that will be my comment. Happy to go on and have a conversation with the community in Hengai, but that will not be an easy conversation to have given that the council has not delivered the infrastructure and the council currently has no mechanism to deliver it. You know, you can't put water into that part of the peninsula. There is no capacity, there is no supply, there is no infrastructure to accommodate it. And if there were, the community itself would have to pay for it, not through the rate, but through the contributions that they would make when they apply for the consent.
Look, I see where this is going. Unfortunately, I mean, you did, Daniel, but I don't think anybody else, to my best of my memory, brought it up in the workshop for staff to change and develop. So one of the great things about going out for consultation is that if you get issues that people don't like, they often have a better engagement around that. So this is something that I'm sure the councillors in the relevant areas will be encouraging their people to feedback on. Councillor Cooper.
It's probably not worth saying. I think it was more of a comment. But maybe the question is, because I live and I cycle around Whenuapai, I live in West Harbour, more developed. When I'm looking at it, I'm actually further away from Fred Taylor Park if I want to go and play football than Whenuapai or Herald Island. Do you assess what other more urbanised areas are that, and also for football, rugby, still cyclable? Do you assess and look at the areas close by to see, you know, things, because there's bus routes for both areas? Do you look, is that what you look at? You go, okay, can they get to these amenities? It might, because I mean, it's not in my area either. I'd have to do I think it's a 7 or 8K drive, the same as or less than Herald Island to get to some of these places. So is that what you look at?
So the current urban rating area, as I said, is based on the MUL, which may or may not relate to our current service levels. The proposed extension, I've used the catchments that have been created through the asset management plans and just checked to see which properties, what percentage of properties fell within that 15-minute drive catchment, and I've manually checked some. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. I think where this is going is really a question of definitions. That's what we're actually debating in this debate. And sorry if this is a silly question, but definition around the urban level of service. The purpose of nailing this down, right, because the public might ask us about this.
forgive me, what is the status of Piha and Te Henga? Are they within or without?
They're out.
They're out, so they're rural?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. That helps with the definitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. In the workshop, I did raise about Huapai and Kimu, and I think Andrew and the team might have had that argument prepared, just what we would actually say to the public around why we'd be including probably Kimu and Huapai, and maybe you might like to touch on Riverhead as well. Just, yeah, that'd be great. So, and then following that, Andrew, I might just ask if the Rodney Local Board's feedback on it in terms of supporting this going forward or not. Is that, I can't just find it in the report, that was all.
No, we haven't directly engaged with the Rodney Local Board on this yet, because the Kumu, Huapai and Riverhead, as you would have recalled from the presentation at the workshop, got higher levels of service from the analysis that best done than the rural areas, but not quite yet at the level of the urban areas. So there's a question as to where do they sit. Consultation on this, if you were to include them in the consultation, it'll allow you to give some more thought to that, building on the feedback you received from the community. So,
Madam Chair, I'd probably have the argument then that it might be a bit early to be putting it in. If it's sitting on that cusp, you know, this can be a difficult sell into the community.
I think the time to have it is when the community, have the discussion with the community and then have it back here. Yeah.
I just disagree with that, Madam Chair, respectively. Yeah.
Fair enough. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair, for the second effort. Regarding local board views, I think that's a good point. Have we consulted the Henderson Massey Local Board, and why not, if we haven't?
So the timeframes precluded this, and the local boards were, I understand, were involved in the workshops where we spoke about this.
Chairs were.
Sorry,
yeah. Remember that it wasn't no full local board, it's just the chairs being representative. Councillor Walker.
Just a similar question around any feedback or engagement with the Upper Harbour Local Board.
Again, I think the answer to that is that the chairs were invited to the session, but the staff have said that they haven't directly gone to those local boards.
Just through you, Madam Chair, I mean, in a situation where, if we take the example of Whenuapai and Herald Island, this change is a matter of quite some significance to that local board area, perhaps as compared to other local boards. It would be good practice to actively bring it to their attention and engage with them. I just make that suggestion.
I think that's a good point. I take that on board. Thank you for that. Look, I've got no amendments, so I'm going to look for a mover.
I have, and I'm going to make an amendment, Madam Chair. I was just sketching it out now, just to remove Huapai and Kimu. I'd like to put that forward.
And Riverhead?
Yeah, and Riverhead. Thanks, Andrew. Just on the advice that you've given. So is that all right, Madam Chair, if I just brought it up, or maybe got some help to
just give me.
To word
can we
it?
just take two minutes, please, so we just get the people to type that up.
Consider also excluding Whenuapai and Herald Island.
Let's just get a process here. If you've got a councillor putting up an amendment, do you have a seconder, Greg?
So I'll get it on the board first.
Okay.
So people can have a look.
Madam Chair, I'm very concerned if we're going to start dialling this back by slice. I'd rather see the work be done and actually there's more work probably Beth's done an initial, obviously, test on what should be in and what should be out. The margin of error is going to be on the cusp here. So we're going to have to decide, I think, what is the level of service that classifies a property as urban rather than rural. And that's sort of spelled out partially in the papers here, but I think there's a bit more refinement work to be done here. And there are some areas that do get services that are currently getting rating advantaged. I think they should be paying urban rates. But it's on the cusp where we're going to have the fun and games. So the areas that have got partial service, they might have reticulated water, but no sewage treatment or little PT or something like that. So there's obviously some more work to be done. I think it's a good start. It's on the fringe. I think we should just proceed with what we've got and tidy it up as we work our way through over the next 6 months.
Okay, so but by process, I have an amendment, so I'm just going to. Your Worship, do you want to move and the Deputy Mayor to second the original motion first? Yep.
Second? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, can we have the screen up, please? Order, please. Can I have you back? Sorry about that. Councillor Cooper. So, Councillor Sayers, who's the seconder of your amendment, please? There we go.
Okay,
Councillor Walker.
Okay, thank you. And
Do you want to speak to that?
I do want to just thank the officers to help with their wording of the amendment there as well. Thank you for that.
Do you want to speak to your amendment?
Yes, I'm happy to. I think it's just what I've just heard. We brought it up in the workshop and the question was raised, should it be in or out? The officers had a chance to go away in the meantime, come back today and give them a report that we can make that decision. However, the wording was, it's not word for word, I'm sorry, Andrew, but it was like, they haven't got all the services yet, but they're coming. So my argument is it's just a little bit soon to go out to try and take that to that community right now. Certainly it's going to be appropriate in the future, and I would support that in the future, but now it doesn't seem to be the right time, Madam Chair. So that's the justification behind it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else supporting the amendment and wants to speak? Councillor Hills.
Madam Chair, I guess I have a question, and I just worry that we could, and maybe it's not an issue, but could get ourselves into legal trouble if we are moving things in and out outside of policy, especially if other properties or areas are within or have had these changes in the past or need to. So I'm not clear what supporting this or opposing this puts us in.
Thank you, Councillor. Andrew?
So the question, in the advice that was prepared, we identified Warkworth as not having the same level of service. We identified the other areas as having the same or very close to the urban levels of service, and we identified Kumeu Huapai and Riverhead as being more service than rural, but not yet as much as urban, and that they fell in the middle. And so I think there's information in our advice that supports you making, as a council, a choice as to where you would put these for consultation.
And just as a note that those areas listed there, Warkworth, Kimu, Huapai and Riverhead are all separately identified with the RUB boundary, so there's an area of rural land between them and the current urban rating area, whereas the other areas, it's future urban zone that are sort of contiguous to the rest of the RUB. If that makes sense. So there's the potential for those areas around Whanuapai to develop over time and join up as a contiguous, whereas these areas listed here, you'd actually need to redefine the rural urban boundary through the entry plan before that could happen.
So can I just translate that? So staff are sticking by their advice, but it is a political decision, and I suppose the decision we make here is, do we make a call before we go out to consultation or not? That is really the basis of the amendment, I suppose. Councillor Filipaina.
The only question I have is to our staff is, what, if any, are the repercussions that we now include Kumu, Huapai and Riverhead into this recommendation if the amendment goes through?
They're excluded.
I know they're excluded,
You said
but I mean, what other implications? I know that we're putting in there and it's going out for consultation, but I mean, do we open up ourselves to then more areas being put in to exclude? If this goes through, that's where I'm looking. I just needed some advice.
No, these are the only ones where where our advice was identifying them as falling partway between the Warkworth situation and the urban situation, in particular because of the contiguity point that Beth made. So there isn't an implication from doing this.
Okay. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. Just a question. So if these were included, I'm not sure how much we can do in terms of quick maths, but how many properties would be left if those were excluded in the proposal?
It drops to, from 7,500 for all the properties, and then dropping down to 4,000 if we exclude Kimu and Huapai. So there's about 3,000 properties in Kimu, Huapai and Riverhead.
Okay, so sorry, that was about 4,000 left, right?
Yep.
How many of those would be in the northwest?
I have to go to my northwest. On one of these ones. I'll work out where I've got the numbers.
Sorry for asking you to do this. It's quite difficult, I know.
So Henderson Massey, we've got 300, and yeah.
No, but I mean the northwest total, because I've got a...
Upper Harbour has got 2,300, which will...
Okay. So over the northwest catchment, would it be fair to say that collectively that would be the significant population that would be left to be affected?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Cooper.
So, just want to go back a bit. So, a lot of this area was declared urban basically by the SHAs, special housing areas that we did a couple of terms ago. So, I mean, I was just wondering if the horse has bolted really in terms of it. It's not so much rural anymore, is it? That's what I'm. That's what you're saying, basically saying to us. This is
Yes. Yeah.
It's massive subdivisions developed under the special housing area legislation, which we approved.
That's correct. So any other questions or comments on the amendment? Councillor Walker.
Clarification, are there any SHAs in Whanuapai, Herald Island? Don't think so.
SHAs have gone. Extinguished.
We don't have them anymore.
Okay, so is it appropriate to make a comment, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
So my personal view, and I'm sure it's shared by Councillor Watson, would be to include Whanuapai and Herald Island in the exclusions. I would suggest that there will be an overwhelming flood of submissions otherwise, which is simply going to occupy a great deal of officer time, and will end up making, I would hope, the appropriate decision at the time, which is that there isn't a case for these areas to be paying a high rate because of the absence of so many critical services. Anyway, that's my position. There may not be support to add Whenuapai and Herald Island to that list, but there we are.
Okay, so we have an amendment and we need to take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. I'm ruling that the no's won. So we go back to the original motion, which is moved by the Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Sorry, we haven't had a chance to speak, so you just moved the amendment. I want to speak to this.
All right. Sorry, you can go there. Yep.
So, you know, I've got some concerns with this process. Admittedly, I perhaps should have picked up a few of these things earlier, but it came relatively late in the piece. If this is to go out and consult in good faith, which it's meant to be, it shouldn't be using the consultation process to work things out. We should be pretty sure of our position going out, and that position should have validity to it. Now, what I've tried to assert today in a reasonably detailed fashion is that the sense of urban amenity as it applies to the balance of Auckland does not occur in Whenuapai, and it does not occur in Herald Island. There's not even footpaths over most of it. The last time I was out there, the big complaint was that no one could cycle or walk on the side of the road because it was so dangerous along Cowrie Road and most other roads throughout Whenuapai. That was what was exercising the public. Can you imagine what the response is going to be now when you go out to these 1,200 households, a number of whom aren't particularly affluent, and say, oh, guys, we're going to bung up your rates by 8% plus the 5 or 6 that's in the proposal because you enjoy all this urban amenity in terms of footpaths, stormwater systems, community facilities, etc., etc. They do not exist. They're actually isolated pockets from the urban fringe of Westgate and Hobsonville. You know, these are distinct communities in themselves. So, as Councillor Walker said, we're going to create a degree of angst and uproar in areas where there's always a degree of resentment because of the lack of facilities that they enjoy, and basic facilities like stopping sewage going onto your berm. So, to me, this is not the way to proceed with this, and we should have stepped back. I know the officers have had a lot of work to do. I mean, I welcome the choice to actually go out there and walk around with them and to point out the points that I've tried to make today. So deciding this by a big public consultation process is not the way to go. The local board, they may not have picked this up at all. If the chair didn't ring in, there's no way they necessarily would have picked up the detail here. So this isn't good process. This is going to cause a lot of backlash in these particular areas, which we're going to have to front, knowing what the background is anyway. And when it comes to it, no one listens to the ward councillors. You know, what do they know about things? Let's just quickly tick the box and get on to the next thing. So, you know, I'm not very pleased with that, and I'll be registering my vote against it.
So, Councillor, I take that and I get your concern, and I think the trouble is the time between the workshop and now, what staff have been asked to do is in the workshop and then being faced with today. I think the key here is to ensure that in the consultation document that there is a special section around this for these communities. There's obviously some feeling of concern, and I really appreciate that, and I think that should be noted. So I think there needs to be a reasonable amount of time in the consultation document for that to be explained. All right? It's not a tick box exercise. It's not something that we should take over lightly. It's something that I think if staff have that justification that they should spend some time on, and we'll all be able to sign that off before it gets delivered any further. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. And just briefly, I will be supporting this motion, but I just wanted to add my voice to Councillor Watson in that he makes a great point around the levels of service in some of these communities. And I think it behoves us as a council to actually invest in them. When we're looking at growth, we need to invest in that growth. I'm looking at this table here. Most of these places don't have a pool. Northwest, Riverhead, Kumeu, Huapai. I bring this up all the time around here. We need a pool for the Northwest, bottom line. And then we can say for sure these places are urban. So I will be voting for this. I'll be voting for it to go to consultation. And I support it 100%, but I think that there is a question here around investing in our communities where we take growth.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Chair, one of the things that... Sorry? Oh. One of the things that I am unsure of in the consultation, because it seems that the premise here is that you're getting urban amenity or the benefits of being, urban services, and we would like to see urban development in this location. What do I actually go and say to these constituents who want to develop, but they can't develop? Why? Because the council hasn't actually put in the infrastructure, the water infrastructure. There's no water here for communities affected within the peninsula of Hengaia. There will be water one day. We've had a big debate about getting the headworks in there to get water to the boundary. We don't even have an agreement between Watercare and Veolia around service provision. There is no agreement to get a transaction underway to get the infrastructure in place to accommodate the development that the people would like but can't enable because of what the council hasn't got. So it is an issue of timing, and I don't know what we will say in the consultation with those landowners there when we say, well, actually, we're going to rate you for urban even though we're not actually going to be able to supply for water yet. Does anybody have an answer? I suspect the answer is we don't have an answer, because actually that's the other part of the equation that hasn't been done. This is not about people getting a freebie. This is about some of these property owners being incredibly frustrated because they've come to the party to try and enable development of their land pursuant to the council live zoning a location for which the council hasn't got the infrastructure in place to accommodate the development that we envisaged when this matter was subject to a debate in the unitary plan. So, I feel, I hope that the officers have written the report and have come up with the options analysis and the table of facilities can give me a good answer in relation to water, because at the moment I don't have an answer.
Andrew?
They don't have water in that area. We worked off the live zoning, and the live zoning will reflect the increment to land value that they've had. They're about 15 minutes from Papakura, but clearly their capacity to develop and the fact that they can't because water is not available at present, while it will affect their land value, it is one of the issues that you'd have to consider when deciding on the inclusion of that particular area, or when looking at the appropriate time to adjust the aspects of the boundary, because you'll note that our advice does talk about only being that land within the rural-urban boundary that is able to be developed as the main key, and so that then uses live zoned. Clearly, issues like this will be one of the things you could consider when you determine how you would word that part of the rating policy. So it may be live zoned and, for example, with another condition attached to it that could reflect issues of that nature where it's live zoned but can't be built because of lack of water.
Yeah, and
But noting that there will be individual properties throughout the urban rating area that are currently paying urban rates but can't be developed because of specific issues around infrastructure to those properties. And it becomes very hard until the full consenting process has gone through to actually know exactly what limitations are on properties.
I mean, I guess I'm foreshadowing, Chair, that when this matter comes back, we're going to have to address this, because it's not reasonable to say, oh, well, look, we want to provide you, we want to price you with the view to you taking up the incentive to capitalise your land, when in fact it's the council that, because we're not ready, they can't do it. We've live zoned a location, but we don't have the supply of water to all parts.
I suppose what I will say by way of, to back that up is, as you are drafting up the consultation material, please feel free to talk specifically to the councillors who will be very interested in this and that of their communities. Right? Member Taipri.
Can I have a point of order? Sorry, and I apologise to Member Taipuri. I thought we had a mover and a seconder and we voted on this.
Yeah.
So we're not going to vote again, are we? I heard it was carried, so I'm just...
We're talking to the substantive motion.
But we already carried it. We put the vote and we carried it.
Okay, if you, I thought we were...
Confusing.
That's Councillor Watson asked a question, so that's fine. I'm happy with where it's going if you're happy. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Member Taipri.
Question may cause trouble, Madam Chair, after that. I do have a question, actually, and I'm sorry it's this late in the process, but it's just to meet some legislative requirements. Auckland Council Act requires Council to include independent Māori statutory board in the design and execution of policy and plans. How was the independent Māori statutory board involved in the preparation of this matter being brought to this meeting today?
We didn't provide any formal request for the Independent Māori Statutory Board to provide us with advice on this issue. We did informally speak with one of your staff members, though I know that doesn't meet that requirement.
So my concern is because I've read the Māori impact statement and it says some things, but it's not finite in my read of it. My concern is that it should have gone to the Independent Māori Statutory Board in order to meet the legislative requirements of the Auckland Council Act. And my concern is that it will go out without that being met, really. And I'm not trying to undermine what's been sought to get the views of the people, but it is important from my point of view, and I would hope for this whole council, to oblige the laws that are required of it, and that includes the part that says including the board in the design and execution of policy and plans of council. So the answer is that hasn't been done. I want that noted that it hasn't been done. Because if this is approved to go out to consultation, that needs to be confirmed, because my concern is that it should have happened and Māori will have expected that to have happened, and I don't want it being confused that they thought it happened and it didn't.
Point taken. Andrew, all right? I think we will note that. Thank you and apologise for that. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Cashmore.
So just speaking to this, I referred earlier to the 3 tests that are in the agenda item. In my opinion, based on what I know about Whenuapai and Herald Island, I don't think they meet the tests. There are 2 additional tests that I think I'd apply here, and they were effectively referred to by Councillor Newman. One is around timing, and secondly, the other one is around funding. So I think if we are going to go out with something, we have to say to these communities that there's funding in the long-term plan for the unaddressed services like the sewage, the stormwater, the footpaths, the cycling, the community facilities or not. We need to indicate when those facilities will be in place, whether they are in this 10-year plan or not, certainly at least within the next 3 years, so that they know that. And if it's pretty clear, and it's the stated position of Watercare as it stands now, that they are not delivering water to this area, wastewater to this area anytime soon, and that Auckland Transport aren't providing a better public transport system, and we're not funding footpaths and so on and so forth, they need to know that. So what I'm saying to you, Madam Chair, is if we are going out with something of substance that people are going to make a commentary on and have a choice, that's need to know stuff. And I want to know that myself, because as a ward councillor, and Councillor Watson is going to be in the same position, they are going to be asking that of us. And I'm not able to answer that right now, other than in the negative. Thank you.
So thank you, and I think your points have been noted, and if you reflect on what I said earlier, we're going to make sure that that is very clearly articulated in the documentation. Thank you. Final comment, Councillor Cashmore.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I get exactly what the team's trying to do, is try and get a more accurate reflection on the rating, because there's some properties that would go into an urban rate. There are actually some that will come out of an urban rate currently and go into rural. So how we get that, as I said before, the refinement down. I think the welcoming part, Madam Chair, of what you said about getting those of us who have people involved in this process to actually have a look and help with the wording, because I think it's going to be absolutely critical. The criteria there, what is going to be included, and not in a slightly more succinct fashion what's in these papers.
So I'd back that up as I've said before. I think the devil is in the detail. I appreciate that you have done your work both in the workshop and here, but yes, please, I will just reiterate again, please talk to the ward councillors about what the wording's going to be before you bring it to the rest of us, who may not be quite as familiar with those rural areas as others. Right, we've got the substantive motion now, moved by Councillor Fletcher and seconded by Councillor Cash. No, it wasn't Councillor Fletcher, was it? Was it yours, isn't it? Yours? Sorry, Councillor. I don't know where that came from.
Madam Chair, deliberately, because I don't. Didn't want to move.
Thought you had request. Oh, sorry. Sonia has said she's it's fine now. Never mind, she's fine now. Right. So the substantive motion has been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Carried. And recorded against Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker.
And as Madam Chair.
And Sayers. And Stewart. Moving on now to item 13, other rates and fees issues. And we have the team staying where they are. And we have a number of issues to go through around this. So Andrew, back to you.
So this report covers off a number of other rating matters for the long-term plan, most of which we've gone through with you in quite a bit of detail in the preceding workshops. There's a proposal to put a rate on Vector, collect the money from them. Only Vector would be paying it, and we would use that to do more management of our trees near their power network to improve supply security and safety. There's the provisions around the consultation on the accommodation provider targeted rate to match with the Mayor's proposal. An extension to the city centre targeted rate for a further 5 years, so it follows the same time period as the long-term plan, and that's been approved by the Auckland City Centre Advisory Board. Implementing some decisions you made last year, including in regard to the Waitakere rural sewerage targeted rate, minor changes to the prices, just noting there'll be some minor price changes to some of the other targeted rates. The response to the Puka-Te-Papa local board's request to consider the business differential. We also have some local board and local area targeted rates that are proposed. So we're looking to amend the Clevedon wastewater connection targeted rate to replace the financial assistance scheme with a differential targeted rate based on the nature of the connection. We're proposing some changes to the management of the 3 remaining drainage districts in the Rodney local board area. So officers are recommending that there be joint community management, and that's all agreed with the community. There are 2 options for funding that. One is a general rate, the other is a targeted rate. Officers are proposing that be funded by a targeted rate, which is similar to what's done for the 80 or so drainage districts in the Waikato Council and 20 odd in Kaipara. We've also got some business improvement district targeted rate changes that are proposed by the local business associations. They'll go to a ballot of their members later this year. we'll be coming back to you next week with a proposal, or the Upper Harbour Local Board will be coming to you next week with a proposal for a targeted rate for a bus service to Palermo, and that'll be on for your meeting on the 15th. And we're also noting there's some other changes to fees and charges being proposed this year as well. We're happy to take any questions.
Yeah, look, I might just try and take this in sections, team, because there's quite a lot of additions and alterations, rather, so we don't drop all over the shop. So I'll start with the first one, the vector targeted rate. Any comments or questions on that one? Councillor Walker.
Just want to raise an issue. There'll be some instances where, because of the nature of the trees, their value and so on, it might be desirable to underground as compared to doing ongoing expensive pruning. So I would just hope that that is factored into the mix. I would not want to be supporting a situation where significant trees continue to be damaged on an ongoing basis.
We'll pass on that concern to the team that will be managing that, so they can bear that in mind. They're looking to do this in bearing in mind the urban heritage strategy.
So through you, Madam Chair, as it stands now, this rate that's raised is being used on tree maintenance, but there isn't any reference to undergrounding, which satisfies the same objective, which is reducing risk, and may even satisfy that objective far better. So I just put a plea that there be consideration around that.
Point noted, thank you. Okay, I'll move on now to the accommodation provider targeted rate or the city centre targeted rate. Any questions or comments about that? Councillor Cooper?
My question is just of clarification. So when we brought in the accommodation provider targeted rate, it also meant that many residential homes that were being used that way also then attracted a business rate as a proportion of their home. Did we suspend that as well, or did they continue to pay the percentage business rate as well as their, but not the accommodation provider targeted rate?
We didn't change it in the policy, but where they chose to cease operating their home for commercial accommodation purposes, they no longer were captured by it.
Yeah, but that was
so if they,
that was an option whether we had COVID or not, whether we'd suspended it.
So if they were continuing to use their property for commercial accommodation purposes, they were continued to be charged the respective business portion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'll move on to the Waitaki. Sorry, Councillor Coombe.
Thank you. This is about the accommodation providers targeted rate is in different categories, isn't it? So will this consultation provide for a review of what should be in and out of the different categories as well?
No, we don't have the opportunity to do that at present because that's not within the scope of what we're asking questions about. The council was taken to court and the decision's been appealed by the appellants and it's going to be heard in April. And we're not quite sure when a decision would come from that. Depending, of course, on that decision, that will be after we have that, will be the time to consider whether you wish to make any changes to the format of the rate.
Okay,
so when they could then consider matters of that nature, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. And can I just use this opportunity to ask Andrew a general rates question? Because I don't think there's going to be any other time. I find it rather soothing when Andrew talks about rates. Comforting. In a nice way.
Before we add to that soothing moment, can I just draw attention, knowing the length of your questions, Councillor, that we will take a minute's silence at 2:11 to acknowledge the 1-year anniversary of White Island. So you have a choice at 2:09 to put it succinctly or to wait.
I could put it very succinctly.
Rates have been described as a payment for services by our friends out there. Could you please respond to that?
Rates are a wealth tax applied on land. When you are deciding on the level to set them as a council, they do ask, the legislation requires you to think about the services delivered and paid for, but also the affordability factor. So it is a tax, a land tax, a wealth tax, but you are weighing a number of factors when you set it, including those that have a service element.
Very succinct, Madam.
Very succinct.
Thank you,
Ladies
Madam
and
Chair.
gentlemen,
Thank
I'd
you,
ask
Andrew.
you to stand, please. Today we acknowledge a minute's silence at 2:11 p.m. to acknowledge the one-year anniversary of the tragedy of Waikari, White Island, where 20 tourists and 2 tour guides lost their lives. Thank you. Tragic day for New Zealand. Tragic day for New Zealand. Right, moving on. Waitakere rural sewerage targeted rate and the adjusting cost inflation for the waste management targeted rates. Local board swimming pool targeted rates and the swimming pool compliance targeted rate and city centre targeted rate. That's items 4 and 5. Any questions or comments? Councillor Henderson.
Just a quick comment that 290 is at the lower end of what we initially consulted on, so Waitakere Rangers residents should feel a little bit happier about that 290 than they would 320.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on point 6 or 7 or 8? Right, we'll move on. Any questions or comments about point 9 or 10? 11 or 12?
I just had a comment about 10 there, Madam Chair. That was, if I may, through you. Yeah, thank you. In the introduction, the officers mentioned that there's the option to continue to have this funded through the general rate or go for a targeted rate. What I want to bring, I'm pitching that we keep it through the targeted rate, and there's a reason for that I want to verbalise that I brought up in the workshop, right? And I have circulated to all the councillors this information as well to help their decision making for today. The option is to put a targeted rate onto these 2 drainage boards, or Healthy Waters have indicated they could absorb that into their operational budgets, providing it went through the LTP process satisfactorily. So I did have 2 questions of the officers. What were they?
Andrew, could you come forward, please?
Sorry, Andrew. So the questions are: 1, what is the understanding around what Healthy Waters is willing to do as an alternative to introducing a targeted rate, just so we can all be clear on that? And the second question is, has the Rodney Local Board itself resolved one way or another if it supports a general rate or target rate, or if they are leaving it up for us to decide if they made any recommendations?
So the council will make a decision either now or after consultation on the funding. whichever decision the council makes, the Healthy Waters Department will work with the communities to deliver the services, because that's the most efficient way of doing it. And the council has to fund it either way, because we've got some obligations in regard to those services. And the choices for funding it are a general rate or a targeted rate. Once that decision's made, Healthy Waters will go and deliver the services in the way that's set out in the report, i.e. jointly with the communities of Te Arai and Okahukura. The Rodney Local Board has noted that it's not been fully funded for the responsibility for delivering these services. They've asked for the governing body to take back the responsibility, which is entirely consistent with the Healthy Waters Department taking on the joint management. And they support public consultation on the choice of funding mechanisms for the drainage districts.
Happy with that, Councillor?
I am also want to acknowledge the wonderful work that has been done by Healthy Waters and their staff in going out to these sets of farmers and consulting with them on this proposal. There's been an awful amount of goodwill built up to a point where these small communities are willing to create incorporated societies. They're willing to put in their own equipment, their own time, their own energy to do the maintenance work. They would like to build reserves instead of using the money for the maintenance, build reserves there. So if there's renewal or capital work that needs to be done, there's the ability to do that. They're willing to work with Healthy Waters in terms of the standards and battle plan in terms of how to keep these areas maintained. Their only reservation as a community is that they do pay the general rates. They also do pay a healthy water quality rate as well on top. They probably feel that they don't see that benefit. It's going into other projects away from the area. And for the amount of money that we're talking about for $60,000 a year, they would hope that there was goodwill returned in favour in terms of instead of having them again in the pocket through a targeted rate, they continue around the general rate. That's basically the summation, Madam Chair. But the point is that Healthy Waters have created this opportunity to move forward in a very proactive way with those communities, and I want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Councillor. So I think the decision will happen after consultation, so appreciate that. Thank you. Any other, Councillor Cooper?
Ms McCready, I wasn't sure if there was no amendment, so this will be made afterwards if we, I'm just, there is an amendment, sorry, just see it now.
We're just getting through the ones on the agenda first, all right?
Sorry, I wasn't sure because when wasn't sure if Councillor Sayers is speaking to his amendment because I couldn't see it.
Councillor Sayers hasn't got an amendment.
Okay, right. Okay, good. So, right, thank you. That was what was unclear. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hills.
If you'd let me just, Madam Chair, make a quick comment on library. It's not a question, but I just want to thank the staff on the library late fees. It's something I've asked questions on many, many times and kind of assumed it was never going to happen. And it just one quick tiny story. I know Madam Chair will want me to move quickly, but I met a young, I think she was about 7 or 8 years old at one of our libraries once, a young girl, and she talked to me about how much she loved our libraries and how much she loved our books and talked about it. And I asked one simple question, well, which ones do you when was the last time you took one home? And she said that she wasn't allowed to take books out anymore because her mum had fines. And I talked to library staff members and they said that there was about a $40 fine. It had been sitting there for many years, and we were precluding this young, I don't like saying girl, but she was a young girl. It was like her favourite thing to do, and she just went on and on and on about it, but she could never take them home. And I offered to pay, but then library staff said there was a facility that we wrote it off at some point anyway, and so they would move that forward. But I just imagine, and as it says in here, there are hundreds of stories, if not thousands of stories like that, of people of all ages in our community who are precluded from the service because of whatever reasons. And I think that's really, really good of us to stop that, fining people for late books. People make mistakes, but then they never come back to the library because they've lost a book or something. So it's a tiny thing on our big budget, but thank you.
Thank you for that, councillor. Any questions on C or D? No. So by way of process, I should probably move these recommendations. Councillor Newman, do you want a second so the amendment can be part of the substantive, potentially?
Well, yeah, I'm happy
Your
to.
worship.
I'm happy to second the amendment. Well, E.
Well, we don't know, it's not an amendment yet.
Oh, if it's part of the substantive,
Yep.
then yeah, I'm happy to second.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk to E, which I have we've discussed as a team in both the workshop, and the material has been circulated to you in advance of the meeting. In the Mayor's proposal, there is no change to the water quality targeted rate for 10 years. I'm not saying that that shouldn't happen. What I am suggesting, and a number of you have requested from me, is that we give Aucklanders an opportunity to do more in this space. We know by way of our last LTP consultation that over 60% of Aucklanders supported the implementation of this rate. That actually surprised me. I didn't think that Aucklanders would voluntarily go for a separate targeted rate, I must admit. But we also noticed in the Climate Change Action Plan, a lot of people said that we should actually be doing more around our water quality. We're known for the City of Sales, amongst other things, and I think water quality is incredibly important to us. So let's have a look at the two big programs that would be able to be brought forward if we were to add some extra money in the water quality targeted rate space. And they are both the Eastern Isthmus program for our Waitemata and that of our Manukau. So while these two projects could appear focused on the areas that they come from, they are most really something that touches almost every area and a region-wide issue. The Waitemata touches many areas of Auckland with an entrance between North Head and Devonport and Bastion Point and Orake. It extends past Whenuapai in the northwest into Te Atatu in the west, as well as forming the estuarial arm known as the Whao River in the southwest. It covers the central suburbs of Freeman's Bay, Herne Bay and Westmeath, as well as the northern suburbs of Birkenhead, Beach Haven and Northcote. Manukau is the second largest harbour in New Zealand, has shorelines across the Waitakere Ranges as well as South Head, a Whitu Peninsula with three main arms. Its water reaches Mangere, Onehunga, Te Papapa, Otahuhu, Papakura and Waiuku. These two harbours reach our region and touch almost every local board area through various water passageways. They are connections to the oceans and sea and are homes to ports, marinas, depots and naval bases. The water program for these two areas is not scheduled in the LTP until 2028. If we were to have an extension of the water quality targeted rate, if we were to add a rates increase to the water quality targeted rate to 5% in its first year and 3.5% to remaining years, that work would be brought forward 6 years. 6 years. At the moment, the money from the current water quality rate, targeted rate, is focused on the Western Isthmus, and that's a very important part of Auckland, but actually I think we can do more in this space. Now, I'm not saying that we have to, but I'm just saying let's open it to Aucklanders. So what would it cost? It would cost $3.30 for the average household to bring up the dollar increase along with the other things that has been proposed to $150 a year. In Orake, which of course is the highest residential rate paying ward, it goes up to $257 with the extra. It's $3.30 in the first year and $2.30 in the second year. So I'm open to questions or comments on whether we include this as part of the substantive. Councillor Newman.
Oh, not a question, Chair. I mean, actually just an acknowledgement of His Worship when he proposed the targeted rates last time. I really wasn't sure, but I actually think that the target rate, particularly in water quality, has been very good.
And I totally understand the concern about whether we're pushing things out too far this year, but I would really hope that we could have a consultation on this, because the concern that I have is the longer we leave it, the value proposition behind the target rates without an adjustment declines over time, when then the cost of the works is inflationary and will only increase over time. So I think there is a need to move on this. I think that there are some really good projects that can be brought forward. Certainly we can take action on them, and that would be good. I think this is one of those things where I didn't want the Mayor's proposal to be adjusted, because that is his proposal, but I do think that this is a matter where if there is a collective view that we should have a conversation, then we should go out there and consult on it, for the reasons that you've given, but also to ensure that we can sustain the monies that will be required for this very important but very expensive work over the life of the plan, understanding that we can't do everything immediately, but we do have to get it started. And I would like to think that when we do have it underway, that the value of the rate to enable that capital work will be there to accommodate what will be an expensive and ever-changing proposition in the later years of the 10-year plan.
Thank you, Councillor. I should just ask a couple of questions to Andrew first, just to give you some context. So in the note that I circulated around yesterday, under point 6 was the following: increase the regional work programs which will deliver projects across the region, including litter traps for contaminant removal, stream rehabilitation, on-site wastewater and safe networks from 2021. Can you provide further detail on the areas of Auckland that would benefit from this work?
Yes, I can. So the key program of work that would take the opportunity to accelerate if this proposal was accepted would be around the use of large litter traps. These are large manhole style devices. We've done a number of investigations in areas such as the Wairau Creek, Newmarket. There's opportunities around Devonport, Browns Bay, Onehunga, anywhere there's those high litter generating areas where there's enough gradient in the stormwater network. These are quite effective devices at capturing coarse sediments as well as all of that floating litter and debris, and they're also quite operationally efficient to maintain in the long term.
Thanks, Andrew. So further to that, can you confirm that every local board would benefit from this?
Absolutely. We wouldn't be able to obviously deliver something like that in every local board in the first 3 years, but over the decade, absolutely.
And just finally, can you briefly explain how the increase in funding through the targeted rate would also have benefits for your operational budget?
Certainly. So key operational programs, safe networks, investigating the illegal connections. They've made some very significant improvements in those already separated areas such as the North Shore beaches. They've discovered those illegal connections that are contributing to the safe swim warnings in the already separated parts of the city. So those newer suburbs benefit greatly from that operational investment, and likewise for the areas that are unreticulated, the on-site wastewater program is an operational funding program, and we've been making big inroads. We mentioned Whenuapai. How are we going to get on top of those Whenuapai problems? It's through that program.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Want to comment? I don't think there's any questions because we know there's a multitude of projects that we can do. It's just for want of funding. And I think that having two of the moana in our ward, Councillor Henderson and my ward, we often get asked, what are you doing in the Manukau? And Healthy Waters have done a significant project for the northern part of Manukau by working in places like Titarangi Lang Home, places around there, looking at people's stormwater connections, but there's a lot more to be done, and I think that the Manukau Harbour Forum have highlighted that as well. I also think that the rate that our city's growing, you just have to look at the litter that goes down those stormwater. If we can do those traps, you know, more and more people, but we also need to be raising more awareness. And if we can do that with some of that money, that every bit of litter that people drop ends up in one of our harbours. And I think we've got significant funding in the kaipara. We're sort of, there's a lot of work being done in the Waitemata, but not enough work done in the Manukau. And if this can address that, I think you'll have a lot of local boards happy, but also I think a lot of Auckland citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, really fully support this, really happy about that. If you'd ask anyone in Te Atatu Peninsula, they'd tell you there's a real need there with sewage flowing into the harbour. And I just wanted to briefly congratulate Mayor and councillors for opening Langholm Beach up to swimming earlier during this term, which is a great, great community result. Just wanted to quickly, briefly say that, just acknowledging Councillor Newman's point in a previous debate around having the numbers around this table for changes, and to point out that I would actually have supported the natural environment targeted rate also being included in this work, and to follow the water quality targeted rate, but we might have to deal with that at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to speak in support particularly of E. Over lunch, we were having a chat about how all of the legacy councils brought the good and bad into the super city, and I think it's pretty much acknowledged that one of the things that was very much lacking from the old Auckland City Council was a lack of investment in infrastructure and long-term thinking. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's, you might have to confirm, Councillor Casey and those who were there in the old days of the dying days of the old Auckland City Council, but I'm pretty sure it's true that the rates were kept impossibly low, and the separation was kicked down the road by 80 years. And that's just how, that was really reflected how rates were kept. That whole debate around keeping rates low really had that unfortunate impact. And the water quality targeted rate has been something that particularly people in my ward, but I think all Aucklanders have got behind, because they can really see the benefits, and they can see that accelerating water quality improvements is just having a massive impact, and that it's completely unacceptable for us to continue fouling the Manukau and the Waitemata and all our waters. So I commend the Chair for bringing this forward. Thank you, and putting this on the table, because I think that there is there will be strong community buy-in to raising this rate. And I also agree with Councillor Henderson that if we do have an opportunity at some point to put an increase in the environment targeted rate, I'd be very keen to support that too at some stage. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm getting a little off course here, but I just want to respond to Councillor Coombe that up until 2001, rates were actually increased in one hit by 10% in order that we could meet the capital depreciation requirements of Auckland. The Auckland Regional Services Trust, the assets for that were for the purpose of transport, and they also went into stormwater and other water initiatives. So I hate hearing Legacy Auckland City pilloried for things. They didn't do everything right by any stretch of the imagination. There are criticisms that one could legitimately level, but earlier today we looked at sites that we're going to lease out that will be of benefit, that we can do in development with private partners. Legacy Auckland City did a number of things that I think we can take great pride in, not the least being the work that was undertaken in the Auckland Art Gallery and other wonderful civic institutions. So, coming to the point in hand, as you've already heard me extol the virtues of the environmental targeted rate, which I strongly supported last time, you can't talk about the Hauraki Golf Marine Park for all of those people who who take great pride in knowing that we have this piece of legislation which singles out, it was to be our national park, Auckland's national park. You can't talk about it, otherwise it's just words, unless you are willing to be able to add weight to the policies that you're putting in place in and around that wonderful marine park that we have for all of the people of the area. I happen to live on the Manukau Harbour, so I have always lived on the Manukau Harbour, have a real passion for seeing its water quality improve. But I think people actually like targeted rates because they can see that the money is ring-fenced. It's used exclusively for the purpose. It's not just going into the great abyss and somehow or another it will emerge perhaps at some later point, or it could change with the vagaries of the various council. This is very specific, and I think that we've heard it is going to accelerate this work, which is really important if we're serious about our natural environment. So I strongly support this initiative, and I think that it's worthy of going up for consultation on.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
So just a question around the litter in the rivers and the like. Does this also include the sort of floating litter traps that they've got? And I see them overseas in cities because they're very inexpensive.
The type of traps that we're looking at are they're sort of manhole type devices. They're called vortex separators. Yep, they're centrifuge out. They capture coarse sediments, floating oils and grease, and litter. Absolutely. I think they get about an 8mm particle size floating debris. But the reason that they're useful is they can be fit into the road corridor, and they're quite easy to maintain. There's CDS units and things that I believe the Mayor's gone and seen being cleaned over the time. So our operations teams quite like these devices.
The reason that I just asked that question is there are parts of the network where that ain't such a good fit, but a floating trap can cover off quite a significant catchment at very little cost. So I just tossed that in. Hopefully you're open to options.
Absolutely, we won't exclude those. We have those kind of devices set up on the Wairau Creek and on the Otara Creek as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a terrific income already from that water quality target rate, and we have a wonderful working example of the Kaipara Harbour of how that can get funding and start to get cleaned up in partnership with the iwi. And I think that's the model we should be following if we want to really make any difference with the Manukau. I'm reluctant to support the recommendation there, Madam Chair. Adding another 5% on top of what the Mayor's already proposed just doesn't sit well with me in terms of dipping into people's pockets a little bit further. Accordingly, I'd just ask that when you put this forward, that you might put it forward by division. Thank you.
I'm happy to do item E by division. Mayor Goff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm very happy to support the amendment moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Newman. When I proposed the water quality targeted rate in 2018, I remember having a discussion with Penny Hulse, who thought that the thing probably wouldn't fly, and Penny was a huge environmental advocate, and I think she and others were surprised that when we came back 2-1, people in the submissions and in the survey supported that targeted rate for the reasons that Councillor Fletcher has said. They saw exactly where it was going and what it was going for. And I don't think there is anyone around this table or around Auckland that doesn't believe that the conditions of our three harbours, Kaipara, Waitemata and Manukau, are totally unacceptable. And what we did with the water quality targeted rate was bring forward by 20 years the remediation of that problem. So I support this. I've just worked it out. It's 6 cents a week. on the average rate, and it, I think that's right, Andrew, or Andrew Duncan, sounds about right, and it raises something over 10, 11 million a year. So I'm in favour of that, and I'm conscious that while we put so much into the Western Isthmus, equally there were problems on the Eastern Isthmus and the Manukau. Just for the information of councillors, I had a discussion with David Seymour some months ago as a local MP, and actually he was in favour of having a targeted rate. He thought it would just apply to his own patch to do something about the Eastern Isthmus. So, you know, the Ratepayers Alliance opposes everything, but they might be out of step with the ACT Party on this one. The question I've got, from what you've said, Andrew Chin, this time, it's for litter traps, and I'm familiar with them. I've seen them being cleaned out. But how will that actually help the Eastern Isthmus and the Manukau? I know it'll help everything generally, but my thought on this was that we have to actually now start to target some more money for equity reasons into other regions of the city, and not simply, you know, St Mary's Bay, Herne Bay, etc. I mean, that's unfair because it goes right around the Western Isthmus area. So the question is, how will it help those two areas, both really needing an injection of additional funding to improve their water quality?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the litter trap program is enabled through increasing the level of investment on the existing contaminant removal program of works that was funded under the existing water quality targeted rate. So adding more investment to that allows us to do more and faster, more broadly across the region. On the Eastern Isthmus, it's the next worst area in terms of sewer overflows after the Western Isthmus. And I think it's probably more to do with the era that the area was built, that combined sewers were the way that cities were done when those old suburbs were built, and hence we've got to replumb them. So Watercare have a very significant investment planned in their program, the Newmarket Gully Tunnel. That's a very significant overflow. The work that we would do on the Eastern Isthmus would start to do that upstream separation that would leverage off Watercare's investments to get the reduction in sewer overflows. So it's in a very similar vein to the Western Isthmus. Watercare get that trunk wastewater in. We do the near surface plumbing to maximise the benefit and get those sewer overflows down so that the safe swimming days go up. On the Manukau Harbour, the program there is related to really leveraging the major transportation investments that are going in there. In particular, if the amendment goes through, there's the Mill Road corridor that will run from Manukau all the way down through to Drury. It crosses the Puanui stream, the Papakura stream, Hangaia stream, Slippery Creek, Hayes Creek. The motorway projects, inevitably, they'll be mitigating their effects, but when we can leverage those projects and add to their investment, often using the same contractors at the same time, we can increase the level of offsets further upstream and downstream, preventing more length of streams from stream erosion, riparian planting and that habitat creation. So it's a wonderful opportunity to leverage those significant infrastructure investments to maximise the benefit to those stream catchments that contribute to the Manukau. There's also the Southwestern Gateway Transportation Program, the airport to Botany Puanui Road, the Manukau Town Centre upgrade through the rapid transit that's planned through there. So once again, these are a bit later in the decade, but when we can contribute alongside Auckland Transport for their programs, it becomes not a do minimum to meet the conditions of the consent, but do a maximum to enhance the waterways within those catchments. So that's the bones of the three major programs.
And if I could just ask a quick supplementary on that. Yeah, look, that sounds really good to me. The extension, which is in the Merrill proposal of the 3 years, that raises, what, about 160 million a year? And do I take it that most of that money would be going into the Eastern isthmus and the Manukau as well. So what you're doing is having a multiplier effect on those two bodies of water.
That's correct. It's really a timing issue. So under the proposal as it was first written, we're really sort of focusing on those last 3 years of the LTP. But importantly, securing that level of investment allows us to plan early. When we've got the confidence that the budgets will be there in future, our planning, consenting and design can be done early. So at year 2028, we have a project ready to go in delivery. So I mean, all options are very gratefully received from Healthy Waters Department.
Basically, this brings it all forward and starts it in the second year. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposal is a good one, and I was about 6 months ago or something where I asked the finance team and Craig and Andrew and others if this had been considered, because a lot of people I spoke to assumed that the targeted rates automatically went up by the same quantum as the rate rise every year and didn't stay flat. And I think many of us have spoken about how that effectively over time it's a reduction in value of what you can do. Yes, it's built in with like the projects are built in over time, but actually the value of what we're doing decreases. So I think this is important. It's very clear with Hobson Bay, with the Manukau, and as you spoke about the Waido Estuary and others, the Waido Estuary is a huge catchment, and people think that we need a lot of big infrastructure projects, but we don't. There isn't clear infrastructure needs there. It's the safe networks which has been operating, and it's those litter traps and other lower cost initiatives that will help in that catchment. But Hobson Bay and others are in dire situations, and this dramatically increases what we can do with, yes, it is another cost to our households, but the pressure in my inbox and Councillor Simpson's inbox around this, especially around Hobson Bay, but I get the Manukau and others as well, that this, without this, we keep pushing that out for a very long time because there isn't actually the budget, there isn't the money there to do what we absolutely need to do. And I think many of us have said a number of times, how long is a piece of string? We could go on forever, but it's clear some of these projects that will be covered by this have been around and very important for a long time. So I support Councillor Simpson's amendment here.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, Councillor Filipino.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, we all know, sitting around this table, that the Manukau has been put on the back burner, especially with the Auckland Council coming online. I acknowledge the work of the forum. Andrew, how much money do you think has been spent in the Manukau, on Manukau Harbour, since the targeted rate came on board through the last Environmental and Community Committee?
If I could get back to you, I'll find the figures out for the local board. But I know specifics of key projects such as Langholm Beach, Clark's Beach, Safe Networks investigations, and a lot of the work on the on-site wastewater program. But I couldn't give you the dollar amount over the last 2 years. Yeah.
If I said to you that there hasn't been much spent in the Mangere catchment area, would you be surprised if I said that to you?
No. The Mangere catchment, absolutely, it hasn't had a huge focus. Yep.
And Andrew, I was a wee bit concerned. That's why I wanted to sort of at least ask questions and comment was, you mentioned Puhinui, you mentioned Manurewa. Mangere was never mentioned even when answering some of the questions that you had, and that is my concern. How can we assure or ensure that money's raised if this goes through not through this period, but more on after the consultation.
I'm just going to say this
Because
is only open
yeah,
for consultation.
I heard what you said, you know, thank you if this goes through, but that's only one step. The next step is going out to our community and getting the backing from them. So what the question is that what process will take place if in fact we do in June, and this is supported by our community? What process would be undertaken to ensure that some of the monies that gets raised with this is really targeted to the areas? We know that over the last 10 years and when this came into effect, that we put money towards the Western Isthmus and everything else. So how can I be assured, and also councillors Dalton, Newman and Collins will be assured that it will be spent in the areas but also in Māngere, please?
So I absolutely acknowledge that we haven't been able to deliver the water quality projects geographically around the region as much as we'd like. One of the values of the water quality targeted rate is the quarterly reporting to the Environment and Climate Change Committee. If through the consultation the council feels that this proposal does have validity and will have legs, we will be reporting back, and I think it's a fair measure on healthy waters to report on progress in every local board, and I'd be happy to report on that through those quarterly reports to the ECC.
Okay, just one more question and just a very short comment, Chair. Question is, so that everybody knows I'm just not looking after Māngere. I mean, the same question in regards to the kaipara. Your Worship, I remember you and I went up to the kaipara in regards to the central government giving the funding. And, you know, we were talking about how the kaimoana at the kaipara has sort of just dwindled significantly, and that applies to others. But I'll be interested, Andrew, around the kaipara as well. And then that'll be my last question, and then just one short comment, Chair. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think under the targeted rate is approved in 2018. That really kick-started a lot of the work in the kaipara. A lot of our investigation and planning was instrumental into the government's funding of the Kaipara Moana program. And so, yes, we've absolutely got a number of great opportunities that we can report on the kaipara as well.
Just a supplementary to that, so how much regional funding have we put into go alongside the government funding in the kaipara? There is regional money going, isn't there, from general rates?
I have to look that up. Yeah.
You did put your hand up and take your turn, didn't you, Councillor? Yes, thank you.
So we did. We had allocation from the water quality targeted rate specifically towards the kaipara. Yeah.
And I'll go back to that.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I did. My comment is, thank you, Chair, because I know with the mayoral proposal, it didn't have what you've included in this. So thank you to you, and also thank you for the phone call in regards to this particular one. Again, for me, I just want to make sure that we end up getting, and I'm talking Māngere here now, and even though, but also from a regional perspective, that we end up now making at least steps that will go in a positive direction. And I, like Councillor Newman and the rest of us here, will be trying to at least get all the information that I need to get out to the community that both Councillor Collins and I represent, get it out to them to say, look, this is going to be a good thing, especially, and I think Andrew mentioned it, the last 3 years of the 2131 LTP. So look, to you, Chair, thank you so much.
So thank you, and I've said this before today, and I will say it at the very end. This is stage 2. This is a decision that we make on things, but the next stage is a penultimate almost. It's the consultation material, the evidence and the words behind the money. And that's really key. You need those words to be able to talk to your community, as we all do. Councillor Stewart.
Just very quickly, can we also touch on the Otara Lake and the Tamaki, because the Otara Lake is probably one of the most polluted watercourses probably in the whole of New Zealand. And if you remember, apparently about 40 odd years ago, Dominion Breweries and I think the electricity company were supposed to clean that up, and they haven't. And I think maybe we should be really getting the government to come on board with this, not just a targeted rate, but I think that lake there that flows into the Tamaki, people 45, 50 years ago used to be able to fish there and swim there, and it really is really bad. So I think as a region, I think we all have to look after everything, and I think as councillors we all need to start looking after everything. So can you put that high on the list, please?
Absolutely. The Southern Catchments Alignment Program, which includes the Mill Road Corridor, but it also includes the Tamaki Estuary, in particular the Airport to Botany program and the upgrades that are planned for Te Irarangi Drive represent a wonderful opportunity to improve the runoff that gets into the Tamaki Estuary.
So thank you, councillors, and thank you, staff, for your input into this item. As has been requested, I will take items A to D on voices and then do item E by division. So it has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Newman, and I will put sorry? A2. We'll note that. Okay. And Councillor Walker. Any other?
Yes, against 10, I think it was, Madam Chair. Just my note against, I think it's...
Just hold the line,
Isn't
caller.
it 10?
So we'll just note.
Oh. No.
We've got Walker and Fletcher against 2.
Okay, no, that's all right, Madam Chair.
All right.
Got myself tied up there.
All right. So nothing from Councillor Sayers. No, he's got it. He's got it now, Andrew.
Got it, okay,
Yeah.
sorry, let's just check.
Right. So Councillor Stewart against the accommodation targeted rate and Councillor Watson. Right. On the voices, A to D. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? And noting those against on those certain items. I will now put no, I won't. I'll now put E by division, and I'll ask staff to call that division. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're voting for the new E on the screen. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Councillor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
5.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Henderson.
4.
Councillor Hills.
Definitely.
Councillor Mulholland.
4.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Stewart. Member Taipari.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Watson.
Yep.
Councillor Young.
Paul.
Councillor Simpson.
4. That was carried by not a close majority.
18 to 1.
18 to 1. Right.
Oh, so sorry. Councillor Bartley has put in the chat, I'm voting for it.
Great.
So
Thank you, Councillor. Right. Councillors, that brings us to the end of the Finance and Performance meeting. I'd like to thank you all for your tolerance and patience, especially once again thank the staff, the Mayor for your proposal, and now we'll have a quick break where we change chair and we'll go into the governing body. Thank you.
Yeah, if we just have it, we've got to just set up a game, but it'll take about 3 minutes, I think, and I believe that we can get through the governing body quite quickly. Thank you. insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while working in the best interests of our community. We begin with apologies, councillors. I have Councillor Fessor Collins for absence on bereavement leave. Are there any other apologies? We have Councillor Bartley online. We'll come to that in just one moment. So I'll move that we accept the apologies. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded, Councillor Casey. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. I have a motion to approve the electronic attendance by Councillor Josephine Bartley. I'll move, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Are there any declarations of interest that any member of the governing body needs to make? If not, there are no petitions, there is no public input, there is no local board input. I'm not aware of any extraordinary items, and we come therefore to item number 8. Now, as per usual on this, we have been through all of these items, and what the motion is in each case is to agree to the recommendations from Finance and Performance. So unless you indicate otherwise, I will assume neither questions nor comments. But of course, you are quite within your powers to raise questions or make comments if you insist. Right, so I will move in each case, and I think ask the Deputy Mayor to second the 10-year budget, the adoption of the draft Te Puna Monga or Tamaki Makaurau operational plan. It's been moved and seconded. If there are no comments or questions, all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Item number 9 is the 10-year budget, regional topics for consultation, and this has been withdrawn as it's not a recommendation from Finance and Performance. Item number 10 is the 10-year budget, the mayoral proposal, again moved and seconded by the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Your Worship, I know that you have made every endeavour to be Solomon, but you never got there quite for me, so could my vote against the 5% be duly recorded?
We will record that accordingly. Thank you, Councillor. Okay. All those in favour of the mayoral proposal, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 11 is the 10-year budget, other matters for consultation. So moved and seconded that we agree to the recommendations from the Finance and Performance Committee. Any comments or questions? If not, I'll put the... Councillor Walker. Microphone, please, Councillor.
I'd like to have my vote recorded against the matter of Herald Island and Whanuapai. Oh, that's the next one, okay.
Okay, so hold that thought.
That in advance.
I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Right, now, the item number 12 is the change to urban ratings area and rating of farm and lifestyle properties within the urban rating area. It's been moved and seconded, and somewhat prematurely, Councillor Walker has asked to be recorded to vote against that item, and likewise Councillors Watson, Stewart, Sayers and Mulholland. So I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I declare it carried and noted those that were in opposition. Item number 13 is the other rates and fees issues for the 10-year budget, moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Hills and then Councillor Fletcher. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Again, I just wish to...
Mike, please.
I just wish to restate my concern over A2. So if that could be recorded, please.
Okay, we'll record your vote against A2. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just was going to ask to put this problem
Okay, have we got that?
Yep.
That's recorded. And Councillor Stewart, did you have your hand up?
Yes. Yes.
A2, okay.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Walker, Councillor Watson against AI, and against AX, we've got Councillor Sayers.
Okay, I don't know whether you all heard that. I think I picked it all up. So I'll put the recommendation, all those in...
Just to be consistent, I'll probably, with the division that got called there, just note against D as well.
Okay, Councillor Sayers noted against as well.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no, carried. Item number 14 is consideration of extraordinary business. There is none, so I'll now declare the meeting closed, and if anybody had that $100 bet on with me, I think I won at that time. I'll pass it across to Councillor Casey in compensation. Okay, and that was 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, everyone. Oh, no, you can't have a great weekend. You're back here tomorrow for the Planning Committee. Sorry, Councillor Filipaina, I nearly... Yeah.